Are you ready? Are you ready? Not you, dog. Are you ready to have your problems solved? This is very simple. Listen, all right? I had a plan. The camera's coming on soon. Don't rush me. We're getting there. I'm just putting my waistcoat on to make it look all professional and whatnot. I've even, you're not going to believe this, I've even set it up so that the camera looks like I'm actually behind the bar. You're going to be really impressed with this. Hang on. You're going to be really impressed. Right, you guys ready? You guys ready? Here we go. Get ready to be like super impressed, okay? Oh, but he's behind the bar in 3 dimensions. It's true. See? Look at that. Look, see how I've done this. It's very impressive. I've actually put 2 images of the bar image that was found. Yeah, new waistcoat, thank you for noticing. The bar image that was found on Google Images when you type in bar image. One of them is behind me in the layers. One of them is in front of me, this bit here. Now, what I really wanted was the ability to kind of reach over and almost put things on the bar, but I would need a green screen physically in the world to do that, so we can't do that. Anyway, let me explain the purpose of this stream. Start pouring us drinks. No. I'm going to give you something better than a drink. I'm going to give you advice. It's going to be free, and it's going to be worth every penny. That's the name of this segment now. Because I was inspired yesterday. While I was streaming Uncharted 4, someone said to me, Josh, how do you answer all the questions in chat? And the answer is, I don't. Because when I'm playing video games, I'm distracted by the fact that I'm playing a video game. I can't give my full attention to you guys. But what if I needed to? It's snowing outside, by the way, guys, just so you know. See, even Santa's here. This is excellent. Even he made time for this. I can get the clock gone off the screen now. Hang on, there's still teething issues. There we go, the clock's gone. Now we're in the bar. The plan was simple. Here's the plan. What if I could answer your questions and solve your problems, and in doing so, improve your life? Because I think I've got 2 traits that make me uniquely positioned to give advice. And both of those traits actively make my advice always objectively correct. Trait number 1, I am a man. Trait number 2, I am a content creator, an influencer, and therefore always right in whatever opinion I hold. And you will hold it too, because I know that you don't want to do that pesky thing called thinking. That's why you're here, because you've had a bit too much to think. But I'll tell you what you need to do. Trait number 3, I am British. Objectively a nation of people who have, correct me if I'm wrong in this, but I'm not, historically never done anything wrong. So, hit me with your questions, and I'm going to hit you with some answer bombs. You're already feeling influenced. Good. Right. Now, what would you like to know? Maybe you want advice. Maybe you want advice about what? When is the Warhammer painting stream? I've got a box of Imperial Guard. I refuse to call them the Astra Militarum because I'm old school. That I need to glue and paint at some point, and we'll do that together. Will the road to Baldur's Gate 3 continue? These are all questions about me. You don't need to know that. We need questions about you. I'm Australian, and I dispute that my entire existence is a British mistake. You can't prove that. We like the Australians. You guys are cool. What happened to the British Empire? We don't talk about that. There are limits. There's a line in the sand. There's advice that I can't really give too much. Should I listen to you or John Robertson? If you combine the advice that I give you with the advice that John Robertson, Mr. Darkroom, lives, and you follow both of what we tell you to do, what you'll be able to do is effectively ruin your life twice as fast, because you'll be super efficient following bad advice from 2 people instead of just bad advice from 1. And that's, if anything, even better. That's much better. I'll make myself bigger on the screen. There we go. How's that? Am I too big in comparison to the bar? Perfect. Now we've gone, there we go. Right, let's have a look. How do I solve my problems with choice paralysis in free time related activities? This leads to me not doing things I would normally, and I end up wasting a lot of time. That's actually a very good question. That's a true, real, genuine question. How should we answer? How many of you end up, and correct me if you feel differently on this, how many of you have sat down to do something that you know you enjoy, but then when you start doing it, you immediately feel bored? How many of you have downloaded a PC game, loaded up the PC game, got to the main menu, clicked new game, and within 5 minutes, closed the program? How many of you have gone to turn on your games console, sat down, controller in hand, as soon as the game boots up, you don't want to play it anymore? Why do we feel that way? What has happened to get us to that point? I don't feel like I'm getting called out. It could be a level of depression, in which case you do need to go and speak to a professional about it. I know you're thinking, Josh, aren't you a professional? Yes, but not in this. This is free advice, remember. It's worth exactly what you're paying. Why does that happen to everyone? Because it happens to me as well. Like, I download MMORPG games or PC games and I load them up, and as soon as I'm like 5 minutes in, I close them. I'll start a new game on Factorio, and by building 3 or 4 factories, I immediately close it down. I think what it is I remember that the game was enjoyable. I remember that the process was fun. I remember that on a certain level, I am the kind of person who likes doing that thing. But I think I'm remembering the best part of that thing, not necessarily all of that thing. It's the rose-tinted glasses thing. I try and explain to someone that watching the highlights of baseball is fantastic because it's always amazing to see all the home runs. But watching all of baseball is actually remarkably boring because a lot of stuff doesn't happen, that kind of thing. But also, how do you guys think about this? When you were younger, maybe you didn't have as many PlayStation games or PC games or Xbox games or Game Boy games. If you were lucky enough to have video games at all, maybe it was board games, maybe it was books. Because you only had a limited number of them, when you had free time to engage in the hobby of gaming or the hobby of reading or the hobby of board gaming or the hobby of modeling, you kind of had to go to those things because they were the things that you had. If you wanted to play a video game, you didn't have every video game ever to choose from. You had like 4 or 5. So you simply went to those and played those, and you played all the way through them. And there's a point of kind of frustration and a sticking point where if you push through something, you get into it. But there's that level of friction immediately when you start something. You have to kind of push past it to get into doing something. We're getting to a point now, and I'll tell you about a really interesting article I read earlier. We are getting to a point now where when people sit down to do something, they expect to be given the prime version of that thing, the best version of that thing, immediately. Just mainline it straight into your veins, sit down, play a video game, here's the best video game experience immediately. And in doing that, you remove pacing. You remove the ability for the video game to build up to anything, to fall down from anything. You remove the journey, you remove the pacing. But this actually combines very, very heavily with mobile games, which I maintain are not games, they are products. They are experiences specifically designed to keep you on them and to keep you clicking. And TV shows now, Netflix is effectively designed to make you watch it, not to make you engage with it, not to make you invest into it, but to simply sit down and passively absorb the whole thing. So when you say, why can't you do the things that you find fun anymore? I think it's not entirely your fault. Partly it is because you are existing, we are all existing, within an environmental and an entertainment kind of shell, if you will, that is designed to bypass all of the pacing. It is designed to bypass all of the investment. It is designed to bypass effectively all of that and give you the dopamine for it immediately. And by giving the dopamine for something immediately, when you start something else and you don't get that dopamine immediately, you start to think, well, this doesn't feel the same way that it normally feels. This doesn't feel fun anymore. What's happening up with this? Why isn't this giving me what it gave me before? The answer is because it will give you that, but in time. It's the case of going to the gym, lifting a light weight and thinking, well, I'm not feeling the same as I was when I was lifting the really heavy weights. Yeah, if you want to eat a nice cake, you're going to have the lovely frosting on it, but you've got to have the other parts of the cake as well. Sometimes it's a case now of entertainment is designed to bypass all of that and to immediately give you the feeling of this is good straight away. This doesn't feel fun anymore. This is like all of your other streams. Thank you. I'm glad that all of my other streams also aren't fun. Right, let's go with more questions. I can solve all of your problems. Let's try and keep it somewhat light because I can't do deep. I can solve all of your problems provided you don't ask me deep or difficult things. That's what it is. Like if it's super complicated, it's over me. Meaning of life, easy, very easy. How do I get better at the bouncer? Physically impossible to do. Straight up can't do it. What is time? Will you ever? These questions are very varied. Now I'm ready and I'm prepared for all of them, but they are remarkably varied. One of them is, I'm going to be a dad next year. How do I dad? The other one is, what are 4D numbers? Then it's, can you explain the Troubles in Star Wars terms? I assume by the Troubles you mean the fracas in Ireland or Northern Ireland. Why is the sky blue? What is 6-7? How do I make friends? Right, we're getting some really good points here. How do I make friends? That's a good question. Be the kind of person that other people like being around. That is very much an answer to a vast majority of questions. The most common question people ask all the time is, how do I get a girlfriend? It's very simple. Be the kind of person that people like being around, guys and girls, because then you are a fun person to be around. You're a safe person to be around. Someone's like, how do I calculate VAT? Take the amount that you've paid, divide it by 10, which gives you 10%, divide that in halve that effectively, which gives you 5%. And if you're still in the country that pays 17.5%, halve the 5% you just got, which gives you 2.5, then add those together, which will give you 17.5%, which used to be VAT in the UK. It was 10%, half, 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 add. How do I make friends when I do not like people? If you don't like people, why do you want to make friends? Genuine question. Really, why do you want to do that? If you do not like being around people, why do you care if people are going to be your friend or not? Be the kind of person that people like being around. I want a refund on the advice. Done. Immediately done. It's given to you straight away. Josh GPT, why are bananas curved? Because otherwise, when we use them to, reference measurements in pictures, banana for scale, how would we know what the banana was? You're looking for a curved yellow object. That's two descriptors. If it was just a yellow object, there could be other yellow objects in the frame. If it was just a curved object, there could be other objects in the frame that are curved. Making it curved and yellow very much kind of narrows down the search criteria of using a banana as a unit of measurement. It's just a way of making sure it's easier. John, how do I lie better? You've mistaken me with John Robertson. He will help you lie better. What's the best way to come up with YouTube topics? Good point. That's genuinely a good question. Make videos on stuff that you actually care about. And I tell this to so many people. Every time someone discovers that I do YouTube, especially if that person has a kid, they straight away go, oh, my kid wants to be a YouTuber, they should talk to you. And before I've even said, no, please don't do that, the child is there straight away going, oh, what should I make YouTube videos on? Should I do trending topics? Should I do challenges? Should I do pranks? And I actually sit down and go, what do you actually like? What do you enjoy? What do you want to be known for? That's the plan. What can you care about that other people don't care about? Make videos on that, because the amount of YouTube gurus, and this is a topic obviously close to my heart, the amount of YouTube gurus that say, if you want to make a YouTube channel, you got to make trending videos. You got to find out what's trending. You got to find out what's popular. You got to make what's popular. No, you don't. Because then you are competing with everyone else that has no imagination trying to make things that are popular. What you need to do is sit back and say, what do you care about more than other people? The reason I made videos on MMORPGs is not because they are popular. They objectively aren't. It's because I care about them a lot. I like them a lot. I want to share my passion for them a lot. And when people watch YouTube videos, they don't necessarily always just Google trending thing. Very few people actually sit down and just watch whatever is trending. They sit down and watch what they care about. And they watch other people talking about things that they care about. Any of you guys seen that older chap that does woodworking tutorials on YouTube? Looks like everyone's granddad comes in talking about woodworking and all these little techniques he's got and whatnot. I can't do woodworking at all, but I will watch that guy because he's sharing what he's passionate about, and I love that. I'm not particularly good at doing Sudokus, but I will sit and watch Cracking the Cryptic all day. I don't know much about game dev, but I will sit and watch Juniper Dev talk about the way that she's making games. I don't know much about the American healthcare system, but I will sit and watch Kamikaze Shortbus talk about it because all these people are passionate about what they are talking about. So, if you want to say, what do you make YouTube videos about? Answer the same question. What are you passionate enough about that you could talk to someone about it for a long time because you care about it? That's pretty much what it is. Just go with it. Talk about that kind of stuff. Josh, who is better, you or Ben Starr? Trick question. Exactly the same. If we were a Magic the Gathering card, we would be the same card. In all fairness, I have met Ben Starr several times. And do you guys want the tea? Do you want the drama on Ben Starr? Do you want the inside scoop on a guy who's kind of been in the green room with him? I've chatted to him backstage. I've seen what he's really like. I've seen how Ben Starr actually treats people backstage. When he's away from the cameras, when he's away from the crowd. You want to know the tea? Ben Starr is an absolute gentleman. He's just a really nice guy. He's polite. He's got time for everyone. He says please and thank you. He acknowledges everyone that's in a room with him. He's just pleasant to be around. He's just an absolute darling. I hate that so much. Oh, God, it just irritates me. Like, when I first saw him, I thought, oh, my God, look at him. He's successful. He's handsome. He's funny. He's talented. God, I hope there's some dirt on him somewhere. He's too good. And then I walked up and I'm like, oh, Ben, lovely to meet you. Fan of your work. I've seen your Mario impression on Twitter. And he goes, oh, thank you very much. Yeah, it's lovely to talk to you. How's your day going? And I'm sat there thinking, oh, you're just too perfect. Does he smell like sandalwood? I can't remember. The last time I got a good sniff of Ben Starr was months ago. So I'd have to find him again and ask again. I wouldn't want to give you false information on that. So yeah, that is the tea on Ben Starr. I can give you the tea on several of these famous people. Neil Newbon, the voice actor for Astarion, hung out with him backstage at the TED Talk. Jim Caddicarus. Oh yeah, see, all these people. The Spiffing Brit. You want the tea on these people? You ask me, I'll tell you. I'll tell you straight away. What's the tea on JoshStrifeHayes? Complete dickhead. In real life. Absolute arrogant arsehole. Ignores everyone. Straight up. No, in all honesty, everyone I've mentioned, absolute darling. Genuinely. Did I meet Jennifer English? Briefly, yes. Very briefly. Lovely lady. But no, JoshStrifeHayes. His real name isn't even Strife. Don't know why he's going for it. Yes, it was at an Expedition 33 event, and they were all absolutely beautiful, beautiful people. It's time for the question. To start 2026, you must choose one permanent discomfort. Oh no, that's such a negative thing. Your phone is always vibrating in your pocket when it isn't. Which path do you choose? I'm going to have to go with that, because then I just wouldn't check it. What color should I paint my Sisters of Battle? Whatever color that you like. Whatever color speaks to you. Whatever color you look at and makes you happy. That's what you should go for. What happened to the Baldur's Gate 1 no death runs? See, right, there's a law on Twitch where you're only allowed to do a certain style of content for a while, then you've got to change it. I don't make the rules, I just follow them. Sorry. It died. No, I will get back to these things. People always mess me going, why did you stop doing this? The answer is I wanted to do something else for a bit. These streams are quite eclectic. They'll move around quite a bit. Whenever you join, not only do you not know what stream you're getting, but it will also go on a kind of tangent every now and again. Now, I do want to talk about about an article I read earlier, and I want to see if you guys agree with this. It was a really interesting article sent to me by the director of the film project I've just finished, and it was about the modern luxury lifestyle and how apparently there are a bunch of companies, a bunch of lifestyle brands who occasionally get together to work out what the next luxury thing is that they're going to advertise at rich and wealthy and powerful people. They'll basically say, hey, if you do this, it's a status symbol. If you do this, it's a powerful thing. Now, many years ago, it was things like own a supercar, Ferrari, Lamborghini, own a private jet, go on nice expensive holidays, own a Rolex. It's a lot of stuff. It was very kind of commercial. It was very physical based. The status symbol, that kind of thing. Now, in order for a status symbol to be a status symbol, it has to, by its very nature, be rare. It has to have a level of rarity to it, because the point is you have the in-group, which is a very small amount of people doing this thing, and then the out-group, which is a huge amount of people that can't do the thing. And it was a fascinating article that I was reading, because previously the status symbol, the powerful status symbol, was supercars, Ferraris, Lamborghinis. But now you can rent, and a lot of people do, you can rent a supercar for a day, you can do a photo shoot in or around a supercar, you can have a sports car, meetup kind of thing. And seeing someone with a supercar is no longer the status symbol that it was, because you don't know whether they own it or they have rented it, or it's not rare anymore. It's not prestigious anymore. Then it became Rolexes, and Rolexes are now so well faked that you can't tell whether it is real or not. People don't care about them as much. Then it became things like massive mansions in the hills. Then it became all this stuff. It was very, very physical for a long time. Do you guys want to know what the most powerful modern status symbol is that companies are actually trying to advertise at the rich and powerful people right now? It's really interesting. It is the concept of being offline. That's what it is. Because they sat down and they said, right, what is difficult to do? The concept of being offline. Not needing to check emails, not checking your phone, not being on social media, not being immediately accessible, logging off. That is the newest thing that they're trying to really push on the wealthy and powerful people. If you meet someone and they're like, okay, hey, what social media have you got? And they go, none. Okay, when do you check your emails? I don't. Okay, what do? I do offline things. I read books, I read newspapers, I play offline single-player video games. I go and join a book club. I go down to the pool hall and play some pool for a bit. I go and play five-a-side football with my mates every weekend, that kind of stuff. That is what it is. That is the new status symbol. The ability to be offline is the new status symbol. That's weird. That's what it is, because you have to imagine that think about it, it's a cycle. When the BlackBerry first came out and the first couple of iPhones first came out, they were relatively rare and they were very expensive for the time. And especially those little in-ear Bluetooth things, remember those guys? Anyone have one of those? You can admit it's a safe space here. And we'll have those little Bluetooth ear things you'd put in. You look like a businessman. You'd always press it and pretend that you're in Star Trek or something like that. When they were new and rare and expensive, that was the status symbol, to have that. To be contactable. And the reason that it was a status symbol to be contactable was because other people weren't contactable. You were something that other people weren't. You were doing something that other people were not doing. Thus, status was achieved. Now, absolutely everyone has that. Most people have a smartphone. Most people have the ability to be contacted 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, every single week of the year. That's what it is. But now, the ability that you just don't need to do that, The fact that you can live your life without doing that. I mean, imagine right now, how many people do you know who would be able to comfortably live their life if they went offline? I mean, like, no Facebook, no Twitter, no Instagram, no Discord, no LinkedIn, no WhatsApp, just the ability to phone them up on their actual phone number if you need to, and have them still do business deals, still have enough money in the bank, still have a social life, still have the ability to contact people, that kind of stuff. That's incredible. The living offline now is one of the biggest status symbols. Hello, Josh, fan of your videos. How dare you come into the stream and say something like that? So divisive, so strong and powerful straight away. The energy that you've just brought into the stream, I'm going to need to just reset for a moment. My 93-year-old grandma would never be offline. People say they could survive. It's like, yeah, it's basically, people love the idea of going offline for a bit. People treat it as a holiday, again. People treat it as I'm not going to be contactable for a week. I'm going off social media. I'm deactivating Facebook for this. I'm doing all that kind of stuff. And they treat it as almost a special period of time, a special moment, a holiday from normality. I would love to be able to do that. People even message me. I'll let you in on a secret, guys. I won't lie to you. I'm going to let you in on a secret, okay? Social media. Remove the word social. It's not social media as far as advertising is concerned. It's attention media. Your attention is one of the rarest, most finite resources you have. Everyone's competing for it. I'm competing for it. TV shows are competing for it. Video games are competing for it. Board games, mobile games. And some of these things are better at getting your attention than others. Mobile games have absolutely nailed the mechanics of being able to do that. You don't need to think of it as social media. Think of it as attention media. And then go one step further and realize that actually, because attention is now being siphoned away by so many AI chatbots, it's flipping again to not necessarily social media, but parasocial media. The idea of a connection. I know quite a few people who work in the adult entertainment industry. And they all tell me that a huge amount of their money comes not from the production of content, but from the connection that that content provides directly to a viewer. Saying someone's name, writing someone's name on them, making something for someone else. Because that is not social media, because it's not meant to be shared with everyone. It's parasocial media, meant to be shared with one specific person. It's not even attention media, because they know that someone else can get their attention easier. What they can do is the personal connection. It's now parasocial connection media. We've moved from social to attention to parasocial connection. And one of the absolute best ways to foster attention or parasocial connection is negativity. This has been proven again and again and again. It's intimacy media. That's a great way of putting it. It's not necessarily realistic access to the person. It's the facade of intimacy. But one of the absolute best ways to foster any kind of connection is shared negativity. People love to hate. And people love to hate what you hate, and people love it when you hate what they hate. Very few people actually define themselves by what they like or what they love. Most people define themselves by what they hate. You will see this often in bumper stickers on cars. You'll see it on political slogans. You'll see it on people that want to start any kind of conflict with somebody else. It's not about, hey, I like this, you like this, we should team up together. It's you hate this, I hate this, we both dislike that, we should team up together. If any of you follow me on Instagram or Twitter, you may, I'm not calling it X, you may notice that occasionally I post screenshots of negative comments that I get on YouTube videos. And whenever I do that, I get a flood of messages in my Instagram inbox from people saying, hey, Josh, hope this isn't getting to you too much. Hope this isn't, starting to hurt you mentally. Hey, I don't like it when you post this negative stuff. Why do you do this? Why are you sharing that? Do you want to know the irony? You don't get those messages when you post something positive. which means if I post something positive, I get less engagement. If I post something negative, I get more engagement. And when companies come to me and say, hey, we want to pay you for a sponsored Twitter post or a sponsored Instagram post, how much they pay me is based on the average engagement that anything gets. So if I put a post out there and it gets 100 bits of engagement, and then I put another post and it gets 100,000 bits of engagement, I now know, okay, I've got to do that again. Because if I put out something that gets only 100, what I'm actually doing is bringing my average down. Have you ever wondered why rage baiting works? It's because people absolutely cannot not engage in the rage. They need you to know that they hate it. They need you to know that they're upset. You know what a healthy way to deal with this is? Just don't care. If I see something that annoys me, I'm like, oh, why do you think my series is called Worst MMO Ever, not Best MMO Ever? In fact, I can prove this. There were two YouTube channels that I really like. One of them is the professor from Tolarian Community College. He put out 2 videos at the end of the year. The 5 best things to happen to Magic the Gathering, and another video called the 5 worst things to happen to Magic the Gathering. Which video do you think got more views? Substantially more views. And then, I believe it was either Midwinter Minis or Squidmar Miniatures, who paints Warhammer. They put out 2 videos at the same time about Warhammer. One of them was called, like the best thing about Warhammer. And one of them was called the worst thing about Warhammer. Which video do you think got substantially more views? The algorithm wants negativity. It wants hatred. And the reason it wants hatred is because people share hatred. There's a great video by CGP Grey called This Video Will Make You Angry. Negativity gets shared. Why? Because negative people want negative reinforcement, because there's a level of joy to be found in the anger, in the rage. Have you ever, again, I hope you haven't, but I think we all have you ever met someone that you can tell is really angry and really bitter, but in a way, they almost revel in the anger. They revel in the bitterness. Misery loves company, as they say. Have you ever met someone that is so angry and so upset and so annoyed, and yet they do absolutely nothing to distance themselves from the thing that makes them annoyed? If anything, they actively seek it out. You see it a hell of a lot in kind of old angry man at pub, or you see it in kind of any political rally, or you see it in any video game discourse where they're like, well, I hate this. Okay, cool. Leave. Go somewhere else then. You see an old man in a British pub reading some kind of absolute crap tabloid paper, looking at it going, oh, this makes me so angry. I'm like, stop reading it then. I'm not saying be ignorant of the world. I'm saying why you're actively seeking things out that make you angry. Because on some level, you kind of enjoy that. You love hating things. And you hate loving things. Because some people see that as weakness. I'm falling for the trap. We're all getting angry. Good. Because then what'll happen, and again, I've told you I'll never lie to you, what'll happen is you'll get angry, you'll get annoyed, you'll find an online personality that mirrors your exact thoughts and hates the people that you hate, and then you'll gravitate toward them and hang out, and thus an echo chamber is born. That's pretty much how it goes. Does it suck? Yes. Am I going to pretend that it doesn't exist? Of course I'm not going to pretend that. I'm going to tell you everything, because if you understand how the system works, if you can see the machinations, if you can peek behind the curtain and pay attention to the man behind the curtain, then maybe you can kind of sit back and go, you know what, maybe I don't want to be angry all the time like this. Maybe I don't want to be engaging with media that makes me sad and makes me upset. Have you ever seen, and again, I hate to say these words, a Reddit thread? I know, I feel dirty and disgusting just saying it, but we need to go there. Have you ever seen a thread where someone makes a comment and somebody else disagrees with them and so lets them know that they disagree? But then the original person, you're not going to believe this, replies in the negative. And then the person that replied originally to them replies again. And what you've got there is not a conversation. It's not. This is straight up not a conversation. It's not even a debate. Because a debate is when both sides are willing to change their minds and open to getting information from the other side. What you have there is an argument, where both sides are attempting to win, to beat the other person into submission until they agree with them. And I'll let you in on another secret, nobody does that. Absolutely nobody is beaten into submission, into believing and agreeing with what you believe and agree with. They will never go, well, you know what? I did disagree with you, but now you've been a condescending arsehole to me for the last half an hour. I'm starting to think you might be right. Just so you know, guys, I know this is a bit of a tangent. On why is Josh crashing out? What happened? You've commented. Oh, you fell for the ruse, the trick. Notice how as soon as I start to say anything negative, people are like, well, what's going on with this? What's happening? Why is he doing this? A lot of content creators will do anything to get your attention. I'm not particularly bothered about that because YouTube does absolutely fine for me. I'm happy with that. This is a conversation with you guys where I'm answering questions. The questions are mostly, Josh, what? That's the question. And we're going through that. Didn't that happen when you bought your brother? Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. We're just chatting about stuff in general. Where was I going with this? Hang on, I had a point. I was going to make it. Let's just scroll back. What was I saying 10 minutes ago before this? You guys are going to have to help me. Your pint of Guinness can wait. If anyone else is ordering Guinness, all order it now because I'm not doing Guinness, something else, Guinness, something else, Guinness, something else. Gen Z rage bait, give me a load of money. That was it. Do you guys want to know a secret about online debates? You hate Ben Starr. Don't tell Ben. You want to know a secret about online debates? Most of you are going, no, Josh, we don't. It's making us angry and upset. And some of you are going, yes, we do. It's making us angry and upset. Let me tell you. No, order Guinness together. Anyone that's worked in a bar knows exactly what I'm on about. Let me explain online debates. Is anyone in the chat from any kind of hospitality industry who is sat there going, please don't order Guinness one at a time? Because it takes a long time to settle. Let me explain about online. Do we have babies? This isn't actually a bar. This is the first image on Google that comes up when you type in bar image. You want a silver gin fizz? I don't know what these are, right? You can have house red or house white. That's what you can have. Can you have an iced tea? You're very much wrong, bar. Okay? Is this a spoons? That depends. Is there some random piece of gammon in the corner drinking at 1 in the afternoon? If so, probably. Right. Let me explain how online debates work. The purpose, well, what should be the purpose of a debate is stop ordering drinks. The purpose of a debate is meant to be attempting to learn the other person's side and point of view, cross-referencing it with your own point of view, your own ideas, your own facts, your own opinions, and through melting all of that information together, everyone involved coming out wiser and more fleshed out. I believe there is an excellent line in Star Trek: The Next Generation where they talk about how a courtroom is a crucible of truth where falsehoods are burned away until only the truth remains, which is a beautiful way to look at it. However, that would be a positive outcome. And remember, excuse me, where is the bathroom? Well, this actually is a spoons. So the bathroom is down a set of stairs, then down another set of stairs, then down a long carpeted corridor, turn left at the end where you think there shouldn't be a turn, down some more stairs, then down a further corridor, up some stairs, around a corner, down some stairs again, then it's there. And anyone that's been to a spoons in the UK will absolutely understand that for some reason the toilets are as far from the pub as they can physically be. Right. Yes, the episode where they want to dismantle data, Measure of a Man, amazing episode. But if you approach that doesn't sound wheelchair accessible. No, it's actually wheelchair challenging. Spoons is very much not an accessible place, and I think in a way that's probably a blessing. Let's get back to talking about Star Trek, because I feel that we've gone, maybe you guys are focusing on the bar a bit too much, but I think we need to get back to Star Trek, because it's never been more relevant. A 35 to 40-year-old show has never been more relevant. If you take a wrong turn, you end up at another Spoons. You actually end up at a cheeky Nando's. Right, back to Star Trek. That would be a positive debate. Everyone learning, everyone respecting, everyone understanding. But as we have discussed, positivity is not shared. Have any of you ever had the displeasure of watching an online debate? If you haven't, don't. You could spend your time doing anything else. Literally anything else. You could just spend an hour slapping yourself. You would achieve more. The point of an online debate is not to share information or to galvanize the truth or to actually, support. The purpose of an online debate is viewpoint A brings their fans, viewpoint B brings their fans, and the job of viewpoint A is not to absorb and acknowledge viewpoint B. The job of viewpoint A is to galvanize their fan base to anger the people who already agree with them into agreeing with them harder. That's the point. And point B, they don't want to absorb any ideas or consider they might be wrong. They simply want to anger and galvanize the people who already agree with them to agree with them harder. And then when the debate ends, both sides' fan bases are even more rabid in the point of view they already had. It's just supporting themselves again by making the enemy look more other than they were before. A good debate would be about actually sharing ideas respectfully, and those can happen. Those can happen. Can we agree angrily that you're a touch green today? Oh, because of the green screen. I can make it worse. Hang on. I can make that far worse. There we go. The lovely us versus them framework. And some of you guys are going to understand what I'm about to say. But you know the amazing thing about acknowledging that other people are just doing stupid us versus them stuff? We're not doing that, are we? Us right here. No. We're not doing what them over there are doing. Oh, imagine. Imagine being part of an us versus them group. Whew, couldn't be us. Yeah, not like those losers. Us better than them. We all know this. Right, hang on, let me just sort out the green screen because it's annoying me now as well. There we go. That's even better. That's okay. Now the chair's doing like a weird Star Trek thing. I'm gonna leave it. I'm gonna the satire. See, good old satire. That's what we needed some of. Needed a little bit of satire to make it work. You can't be one of them. After all, they do bad things. Is Josh sitting at the bar in a computer chair part of modern barcode? Yes, it is. Maybe I should have just made this a 10 forward bar. I think I would have very much narrowed down the amount of people who care about bar work if it's set in Star Trek specifically. I almost finished reading the social psychology textbook. Can't avoid us versus them. I'll tell you what, no one knows more about psychology than someone who has just finished reading the first psychology textbook. Now, I'm not saying you, I'm sure you know a lot about it, but I'm sure you also know a lot of people who have taken one intro to psychology class and suddenly start analyzing everyone. That's the best way. There's a saying in martial arts, and I think it's close to the Baader-Meinhof principle. The saying in martial arts is, no one knows more than a green belt. And what the saying means is, when you very first start learning martial arts, you know absolutely nothing. And then when you get about halfway through your first training session, first training couple of weeks, couple of months, you may get to green belt. And by then, you know everything. You know every single move, you know every idea, you know how everything works, every lock, every grab, every escape. You've practiced them all at least twice. And by the time you then get to black belt and beyond, you loop back and go, actually, yeah, I know nothing about how this works at all. When you get your black belt, most black belts, when you ask them about martial arts, most confident ones will say, yeah, I know pretty much nothing about this at all. Like, I got a black belt in Wadaru style karate. I know that I know very little about Wadaru style karate. Now I know how much there is to it. That is is it Baader Meinhof or Dunning-Kruger? It's one of the two. I can never remember the difference. Although, now that I've started talking about Baader Meinhof and Dunning-Kruger, I see both of them everywhere. That is a really specific joke based on those two things that a few of you will get. How do I find a job as a video editor? Like, I've got the portfolio, got the skills, but where do I look for creators? The kind of creators that care about their editors needing a video editor. All the sites and public, yeah, they're full of slop content mills. So what you can normally do is, thank you, Connor, for saying I get it, because it's a specific thing referencing both those things. I get a lot of people message me saying, hey, I would love to edit videos for you, which is great. That's very, very flattering that people want to reach out to me and do that kind of stuff. I tend to edit a lot of my own stuff just because I'm very particular with exactly how it gets made. Visa, the guy that runs the clip channel, the JoshStrifeSays clip channel. First of all, Visa is very happy that I am back to streaming because he can clip stuff and afford another jar of mayonnaise this year. He's going to be potentially even let out of the dungeon. Yeah, we get it. Unlike them, obviously we get it. We're the best side. We know that. But yeah, so Visa's super happy with that. Visa just started. You guys know the story of how Visa started the channel, how Visa started the JoshStrifeSays channel, because it was a great story. I'll tell it in the future. Later on today, I'll tell you that story. But what you can do is you can pretty much just, if you're a good video editor, you can email or reach out to the YouTubers that you want to work with and say, hey, can I edit a video for you? Can I, do you need any extra video editing? That can work. Maybe you'll finish Mass Effect. Let's not go too far. I thought you already told the story. That's true. See, Joel, here's a really interesting thing. Joel or Joy, you can only actually tell every Twitch story once, which means I've already told the banana story. I've already told the do you want a moist story. And if you weren't here for those, you can never hear them again. See, what comedians used to do was they would work on their comedy act, and then they would tour the world doing the same act again and again and again and again. Because people weren't recording it, people didn't know if they'd seen it before. Now, in fact, I watched an excellent video on this. Now, comedians have all of their act posted online pretty much immediately, which means that you then need to come up with your second act and your next story, and you must churn out content again and again and again and again and again. Have you noticed that there's so many clips of comedians nowadays doing crowd work? Not necessarily doing the piece from their show, the tight five, the rehearsed, but crowd work. Have you noticed there's lots of crowd work clips going around? That's because that's one of the easiest ways to clip farm new content as a comedian. You do crowd work, you clip it, you upload it, you get the Twitter views, you get the Instagram views, you get the TikTok views, and then suddenly you're putting out new material almost every week. I mean, Jimmy Carr, people say Jimmy Carr is 90% crowd work. I think he knows a lot of the comebacks already. Fresh content from crowd work, because it's all about content. While I greatly appreciate the AMA, why not finish The Grave Robber's Tale? Which tale was that? I mean, I've robbed a lot of graves. You've got to narrow it down. Thank you very much for the tiered subs. That's remarkably kind of you, Goat. You've gifted 10 subs. That's remarkably kind. Welcome to the stream. 11th bottle, top shelf, first row. What drink is that? That is the finest Google image results for bar. That's what that is. The grave about 2 kilometers away from the spoons. Oh, so where the toilets are. Yeah, if you want to look at comedians do crowd work all the time because it is your bar as clean as an elven arse? That is outrageous, Winthrop. I'm not paying those prices. Can I ask a question? Dippy Goose? Yes, you can. Floor is yours. Go for it. I'm very excited what this is going to be. We're all waiting. We're all big. Maybe it could be good. This might be terrible. This might be absolutely terrible. Oh, hang on. It's Gothborn49. I read the H as an A and read it as Goatborn. I didn't even question it. Now I think Gothborn is obviously annoyed that I said goat. Gothborn, I apologize. Your name is definitely Gothborn, which makes much more sense than goat. Thank you for everyone pointing that out, such as Inju writing the message, goat LMAO. Ah, right. Dippy Goose. My friends have completely different political views, far left and far right. How do I address that? Yeah, you know what? Let me go and put my hazmat suit on. Let's jump into this vat of acid and see how this goes, shall we? This will never go wrong. I have never ever seen a streamer or an internet commenter or a content creator in any way get burned by addressing this kind of topic. Now, I'm going to say a couple of whole sentences here, and you've kind of got to listen to all of them. It is okay to disagree with someone based on local political concerns, such as, who do we entrust the maintenance of the local waterway to? Who do we entrust the fixing of the roads to? Should we have the local health constabulary be overseen by a council of 3 or a council of 2? They are local, small-scale, political disagreements. That's normally okay. The problem is when politics starts to encompass human rights. That's not political anymore. That's just a level of power and control. So I can disagree with someone on a political stance, but then I can also see them have a stance on a level of human rights and think, that's not political either way. Now you're just being a dick. Now you're just being a little bit offensive. Now you're just being abusive. Now you're just being controlling. That's not disagreeing with someone politically. That's just disagreeing with someone on a fundamental level of respect, on a level of emotion, on a level of empathy, on a level of human connection, on a level of love in some way. That's pretty much what it is. Like if someone walks up to me and goes, you know, I completely believe that the local waterway should be overseen by a group of 3, which should vote every 2 months. I'll go, oh, that's going to slow down the process. I think maybe the local waterway should be overseen by a group of 2 that vote every 1 week, and we get, you know, local letters sent to the people to see what's happening with that, to see if any kind of issues can be solved quicker. That is a political disagreement, because we're talking about the way that a society should be run locally. If someone comes up to me and goes, I think all of these people from this minority should die, I'm going to go, that's not politics, my friend. That's not political. That's genocidal. That's illegal. That's wrong in every way, and everyone from every side can probably look at that and go, you've pushed away from politics into just hate here. Let's not do that. So yeah, that's ideological at that point. Well, this is my last stream. It's been lovely having you all here, guys. I'm sure this has gone well. We should levy a tax to build this new school. How dare you use the T word in this stream? That's a political discussion. Inspiration for Rick Plan, the Lord Flash art from Blackadder. For all the Patreon credits, it was fun. Now, do you guys want to know another secret? Do you guys want... How many of you have seen... Because this actually, believe it or not, links back to something I was talking earlier. Does this mean I can cancel Patreon? You can if you want to. I'm going to keep making videos anyway. Just wasted a Prime... Hang on. No. Just wasted a Prime sub. You did not waste one there, Wood. How can I help you? What do you want? I'm all yours right now. What do you need? I'm waiting. I'm waiting and I'm ready. Let's go. Oh, he's gone. Sword and Board or Warhammer? I mean, I like Warhammer Fantasy, which is itself Sword and Board. Let me explain something to you in a way that's honest and genuine and direct. Feet, lovely feet are wanted. Well, hello, Monoko. It's lovely to have you with us. Let me explain something. How many of you, and again, be honest. You can be honest, I'll listen. How many of you have seen content creators, whether it be influencers, whether it be Twitch streamers, whether it be YouTubers, whether it be, social media stars, reality TV stars, effectively anyone that has an audience? How many times have you seen them switch to get quite political on either side? You're watching one. True. How many of you have seen them get quite political? I will explain why they do that. Remember earlier that I said social media is no longer social media. It's now attention media and parasocial connection media. And remember I said that hatred and who people dislike is shared and viewed and engaged with far more often than positive things that people like. Combine those together and you have almost a framework, a blueprint on how to get a load of attention and keep it. Say something that is galvanizing to one side of a hatred spectrum and say it again and again and again and again and again and convince people that you hear them directly. It's influence media. It's also remarkably easy to do because then everyone supports you because that's your side. The lack of bartending is affecting your immersion. Have some gamer subs. There you go. This one has a Mile High Club girl on it with big boobs. Or you can have this gamer subs, which has a military girl on it with big boobs. There you go. Hatred Spectrum would be a badass band name. It would. You can have that. It's totally there. It's not influence media. It's affirmation media. It is affirmation media. I can't believe that other people do that. You guys, however, you come to this stream, which you know is better. Well done. See? I can do it too. It's very easy. Can I have a game of subs where they're small? No. Stop it, says Jerry. No, you guys know you're better than this. See? Us better, them bad. You mentioning big boobs repeatedly makes it hard to focus on what's happening on the main screen. I'm sorry, but we are stupid. No, Gothborn, I am stupid for referring to you as goat earlier. Thank you for the political advice. Yeah, if you're gonna get involved in local politics, do that. I came to this stream hoping to watch the bouncer. I haven't even downloaded the emulator onto my newer PC. I can do that again at some point. You currently have all the prerequisites of getting a mortgage and buying my own home and stop being a tenant. Congratulations. However, every time I think about taking the steps toward home ownership, I think with dread over all the uncertainties that come with that, the uncertain times we live in, interest suddenly rising. How do I rationally weigh the upsides and downsides of this decision? That is an excellent question, and absolutely one you should ask to a trained and qualified mortgage advisor. However, you have come to an online streamer, which of course, as we all know, is the better choice, because I will be able to answer your question specifically with understanding of your exact situation, despite not knowing you and probably will never meet you. Let me explain. Sometimes there is a phrase in the finance, in the home ownership, in the landlord world. It's a rather complex phrase, and the phrase is, fuck it, we ball. And what that means is sometimes you just got to buy a house. You just got to do it. Sometimes you do it by accident. Who among us hasn't just walked down the street one day, down the high street, you've popped into an off-license to get a Kit Kat, you've popped into a Spoons to take a half-mile detour to the toilets, you've popped into estate agents and bought a house. We've all done that, you know, except millennials. They wouldn't do that. I did say Among Us as well. If like just buy one. Like if you don't have any money, just ask mum and dad. Just do that. If millennials stopped spending so much money on avocado toast, I guarantee you that boomers would find some way to complain about millennials killing the avocado toast industry. Oh, millennials shouldn't spend all their money on this. Okay, we won't. Oh, millennials are killing the industry. What do you want? Do you want us to spend or not spend? Oh, both. Based on whatever I'm feeling at the time. Is boomer/millennial a thing in England? Kind of. But, like, I don't know. I don't think we have as angrier boomers. We just have, because British society is quite polite in general. We have, like, chavs. They still exist. And we have angry old people. And we have upset old people. And we have extremely disenfranchised young people who just don't seem to care as much. That's what it is. Good morning from Canada. Good morning, Canada. Hoping well. Do I do stand-up and or improv, says Quaffed. What's the deal with airline food? See, yes, I can do stand-up. I am very funny. I've done improv comedy before. Sometimes it's so funny the audience forget to laugh, which I understand. It's a complex thing to do. So what is the deal with airline food? If you want to know what that is, genuinely, it's because they pump in the recycled air into the aeroplane that you can, breathe and keeps it warm, which also affects your sense of smell, which very much heavily affects your taste buds. That's the actual kind of physiological, scientific reason. The air that is recycled inside an aeroplane affects the taste of food. I know it's not as funny when you do that, but that's the actual deal with airline food. Any advice for Japan trips? Okay. Now, I've been to Japan exactly once in my life, which, as you all know, makes me an expert on Japan. In fact, when I went over to Japan, they had a nickname for me almost immediately, straight away, which was, quite endearing, because they see Westerners as very exotic, very powerful, very different. So when I went over there, I believe they called me Baka, which was a term of endearment from the locals. And I say the locals, it was mostly the girls at about 2 o'clock in the morning outside maid cafes who were trying to get me into the maid cafe. But I still believe that the sentiment was there. So what you want to do when you go over to Japan for the first time is immediately go and buy a kimono. Straight away. They respect that. That's totally okay. Then go and buy a samurai sword. Then go to the gachapon places and just keep spending money. Just keep doing that. That's absolutely fine. You'll then want to go to any torii gate and do as many pull-ups as you can. That's now totally fine. It's okay. They respect that. And if you see any of the lovely cherry blossoms, the sakura blossoms, feel free to go and mess with them. That's fine too. Okay. It's all good stuff, see? I'm giving you all this kind of stuff. All this information. You're writing this down. Good. Can you make a video in a forest? They actually get upset if you don't. Do that. Play pachinko, you'll win. We have an actual question. Guys, everyone stop. There's an actual question there. That's fine. I'm embarrassed to ask this. Don't be. No one will ever know who you are. So if you're ever embarrassed to ask something, think about this. This is a very, very important thing. I will answer your question in a second. If you are ever in a group setting, this is one thing that I've learned that I've never forgotten. If you're ever in a group setting and the teacher or the instructor says, does anyone have any questions? Or do you want to see that again? Your answer is always, yes, I want to see that again. Or, yes, I've got a really simple question, and then you ask something simple. And the reason for this is you might not need to see it again. You might not have that question, but I guarantee somebody in that room does, and they are not confident enough to say it. So by taking that bullet for them, by asking and saying, hey, I'll ask this question, you are giving them what they need without them needing to ask, which is a really important thing to do. So when people ask questions, you might not even be asking it for you. You're just asking it because somebody probably needs to know it and wants to say it, but doesn't quite have the ability to say it. So let's just assume that everything you're asking is for everyone's point. I'm in my mid-20s, okay? Never had a girlfriend, and getting worried because I've been rejected multiple times for the reason of being inexperienced. And the few dates I had, they said it wasn't working out, or I tried asking out several girls, but at this point I feel bad that I am missing out and the inexperience is holding me back. This is an interesting one. To be fair, that is a problem that a lot of people will have and will face. So it's also one of the most common things people tend to ask about. I think Healthy Gamer GG gets asked a lot of stuff about kind of relationships and connections. So let's actually chat about that. Seriously, the whole how do you get a girlfriend thing. The easiest way is to be the kind of person that everyone likes being around. And that doesn't always mean that you need to be stupidly over the top, or stupidly exciting, or incredibly energetic all the time. You don't need to be the kind of stereotypical life of the party. Not all the time. That's not what people mean when they say be the kind of person that someone likes being around. There are simple things. Saying please and thank you, showering, making sure that you dress nicely, wear some nice smelling cologne, take care of your hair, take care of your skin, have a little bit of pride in your appearance. Not arrogance, but a little bit of effort put into it. That's absolutely fine. Then being comfortable with yourself, being happy to chat, being comfortable in whatever hobbies you want to have without forcing them onto other people. It's totally okay to be into stuff. Like, I was talking to someone and they actually said to me they stopped collecting Yu-Gi-Oh! Because they didn't want to be the kind of guy that collected Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards. What? Are you thinking that that hobby is overshadowing and overwriting your personality and you just become that one-dimensional idea within someone's mind? You don't need to do that. I've got a ton of Magic the Gathering cards. I've got some Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards somewhere, the original Blue Eyes White Dragon deck, because it was on sale again. That was super cool. I bought that. It's totally okay to be into nerdy stuff, weird stuff, stuff that has subculture connections, as long as you don't make it your overwhelming personality, as long as you're comfortable talking about it and stuff like that. As far as that goes, there will be other people who are also inexperienced, uncomfortable talking about things, and also willing to sit down and connect. The problem is the kind of people that want to be able to go out and meet people are not always the kind of person that goes out to meet people. If you have someone who stays inside all day and they think, oh, I wish I could meet someone like me, the irony is the other people like you are also staying inside all day. Therefore, it will be difficult for you to meet them. This is why when you go and do a hobby or go and do a shared thing, that's where you meet people that enjoy that. Comic-Cons, MCM, geek and gaming meetups, board game cafes, Magic the Gathering nights. I met some really good friends of mine at Magic the Gathering nights. I've gone to their weddings and everything. It's okay to be inexperienced. It's okay to not know stuff. And it's okay to not be moving as fast as you think everything else has to move. Yeah, a pot noodle is ready in 20 minutes, but a full Sunday lunch takes a couple of hours. Just because you are not ready and at the same pace as everyone else around you, or who you think everyone else around you is, doesn't mean that you're at the wrong pace. You try to stick a Sunday lunch in the microwave for 2 minutes, you're not going to finish it. I guarantee that when you say, oh, everyone around me is like that, that's hyperbole. We know it's hyperbole. You're going to an extreme to give an example. We understand what's going on with that. But I absolutely guarantee that it's not everyone. It's nowhere near everyone. It's just this almost confirmation bias of the people that you are seeing are the people that are out to be seen. That's the kind of thing. Imagine if you went skydiving and you sit on the plane, and you've got like 10 other people in the plane, and they all jump off in front of you, and you kind of sit back and go, I can't believe everyone's skydiving. They're not. The people that you are around are, because you are in the situation to see them do that. But the vast majority of people are not doing that. So if you are in a situation where you are seeing everyone doing something, I guarantee that it's actually a very small minority of people that are doing what you're seeing, because the most people are just not seeing that. Are you missing out? Is the inexperience holding you back? The inexperience with anything isn't necessarily about finding someone else who is experienced, whether that's in physical stuff, whether it's in hobbies, whether it's in cultural things, whether it's in ideas, and then asking them to effectively guide you. Sometimes it's a case of being around and hanging out with people who are also inexperienced at stuff and working it out together. I remember the first time me and my friend Chris tried to play Magic the Gathering together. We had no idea how it worked. We had to Google the rules. We had to watch some YouTube videos on it. We still got it wrong. In fact, I'll give you a really specific example. Does anyone in the chat play Magic the Gathering? Do you know the card Llanowar Elves? Do you know on Llanowar Elves it says tap, add green mana? Well, what I thought that meant was tap, search your deck for a forest, put the forest onto the battlefield. That's what I thought that meant. That's what Chris thought it meant as well. And that's how we played it for months. Until effectively a mate went, that doesn't mean tap, search your deck for a forest. It means tap, add green mana. I'm like, oh, okay, cool, I got it. But we went through doing it the wrong way. Then we've met some more people through the process. We learned, we iterated, we got better at it. That's totally okay. Llanowar Elves, best turn 1 green play, by the way. So when you say the inexperience is holding you back and you've asked out several girls, do you actually like each individual person, or do you just want the generic girl with you? Is it a case of, I really like this person, I like their company, I like their ideals, I like their belief system, I like their attitude, I like their morals, I like hanging out with them? It becomes a connection with a human being. Or is it just reduced to the single defining trait of this is girl? Because that, unfortunately, is what I see happen a hell of a lot. It's the same with, it doesn't need to be girl, it can be guy as well. It's the case of, I just want person. Person must be with me. Because in order to achieve completeness, I must have person. It's okay to not do that. It's okay to say, you know what? I'm just going to get to know someone, to chat to this person, to hang out with them, to be their friend. I think one of the biggest lessons that people end up learning is that, especially because guys, I generally tend to talk to the male demographic because they're the people that watch me and they are the people that kind of generally come for advice and ask. And it's the lived experience that I have that I know of. But people need to kind of understand, guys need to understand that girls are not a separate species. They're human beings. And people go, oh, I'm going to hang out with my guy friends and do this, and hang out with my girlfriends and do this. Well, why? You can just hang out with your friends and enjoy stuff together. Have you ever seen those things? And it always happens in, like, again, I'll use Magic the Gathering as an example. Have you ever seen someone who is socially awkward attempt to interact with someone they find attractive and treat them like another creature, another idea, an alien? The idea of, oh my God, can't believe a girl is playing Magic the Gathering. Do you want me to help you, milady, tip of the fedora? That kind of thing. No, it's totally okay to treat people just like a normal person that you're hanging out with, that you're sharing a kind of shared experience with. And then if someone's like, it'd be cool if we hang out some more. Okay, fantastic. Let's hang out some more. Love that quote. I'm in my 50s, looking back at my 20s, such an idiot. If you don't look back at your younger self and think that your younger self was an idiot, you have not matured. Almost everyone looks back at their younger self and they're like, oh my God, what was I doing? I was making so many mistakes. I was a mixed up Rubik's Cube trying to force everyone else to fit the colors that I already had on my mismatched faces instead of just slowly working it out until I find the combination that I feel comfortable as. Instead of going, hey, this is where I am now. I'm not going to work on myself. Everyone else has to adapt. The world has to bend to me. Instead of saying, okay, it sucks. It's okay for it to suck. There is no immediate answer that anyone can give that is going to fix every problem in your life. And I know that everyone hates hearing the whole delete Facebook, go to the gym thing. But it is a useful thing to do. Reduce time on social media, drink more water, walk more, be proud of the hobbies that you have, and be willing to talk to people, guy or girl, attractive or unattractive, interested in, not interested in, and just be a decent person with it. Because I guarantee, and this is very important, have you ever seen, I'm going to say a guy because it's more common from that way. Have you ever seen a guy attempt to talk to either a girl they're attracted to or a guy they're attracted to, and it's almost like you're watching someone pick the wrong conversation choice in real time? It's like you're watching them play an RPG game made up of reality, and you can tell they've just chosen the wrong option, and they are mentally trying to quick load from 10 seconds ago. That's what's happening. And I think it's because a lot of people see conversations as trees that need to be navigated instead of a connection that needs to be had. That's what it is. I had this the first time I met you at MCM. Creepy, I guarantee, unless you just walked up to me and stared at me, then that wasn't the creepiest thing that happened at an MCM I've been to. Literally just had people walk up and stare. And I'm like, you can say hi. That's okay. You can chat. You can say hello. I'll even say hello back. We'll have a conversation about some stuff. But I've seen people effectively, it's a great way of putting it, soft lock themselves. Yes, I think that unfortunately Marvel is to blame for this. And I know that seems like a bit of a tangent. Oh my goodness, media critic blaming Marvel? It's never been done, but trust me, I'm going to try. Has anyone noticed that the Marvelification of dialogue, and this is normally the focus on quips, it's no longer a conversation, it's no longer a talk, it's just a quip. People are quoting lines at each other. People are quipping at each other. So that just happened. Well, that just happened. They fly now. They fly now. That kind of stuff. It's not actually about saying what you genuinely, honestly think or believe or feel. It's about supplying a noise to the conversation that you think has relevance because pop culture has told you it has relevance. That happens all the bloody time. I see, unfortunately, it happens in the nerdy sphere. And I think it's because there's simply a higher percentage of autistic people around there who, instead of trying to communicate to connect, they communicate to prove a level of social or cultural understanding. People did it in the 90s a lot. Teenagers do it all the time. If you have ever, I guarantee, if you're in your late 20s or mid 30s, you may have at some point thought in your mind, oh my God, mentally, I'm just still a teenager. And then, from whatever reason, you end up actually hearing how teenagers talk to each other and kind of communicate, and you think, I am not this anymore. I am so far gone beyond what this was. Because I go to MCM, Comic-Cons a lot, and there's a lot of late teenage, early 20s people there. And friend groups kind of mix around and mesh together, and people know each other. Cosplayers hang out, and photographers come and hang out, and game devs come and hang out, and content creators come and hang out. And you've got part of that mind going, oh my God, yeah, I'm still so cool. And then you actually, I'm sitting on a table having a cup of tea, and there's a table next to me of people in their late teens, early 20s talking, and I'm just there going, no, Not anymore. I don't understand anything. I don't understand the 6 or the 7 you've just said. I'm going to go and watch a panel where Tom Scar complains about things. And my God, I actually did a panel with Tom Scar, and he was a lovely chap. So, yeah. How did we get to this point? What are we talking about? I've got to just kind of scroll down again. If you're new to the stream and you're thinking, it's kind of, this is jumping around quite a bit, that will happen. That will happen. You got to see, no, not Tom Scott, Tom Scar. Remember Tom Scar from ASDF movie? I did a panel with him. It was actually quite funny. It was really, really interesting. So it was at MegaCon, which is one of the conventions I went to. And it was, there was a panel talking about content creation in general. And there was myself, there was, I think it's Liam, the Pokemon trainer, who was part of the MCM kind of MegaCon organizing crew, and there was Tom Scar. And people were asking us about kind of our methods for creating content, our lives on YouTube and Twitch. And he was actually talking about the whole skit quite a lot. And I'm quite positive with it. You know, I'm very thankful for what I've got. I'm very happy with it. I'll actually show you one thing that I keep on my IKEA Kallax unit in the corner. We were talking about this yesterday briefly with Uncharted, but someone asked me if I could keep anything that had any kind of relevance or importance to me. What would I keep? I will. Ace Trainer Liam, that was the guy. Ace Trainer Liam, he was lovely. I'll share what I've got on my Kallax unit that keeps me in perspective. But I was going really positive with it. I was really happy. I was really enjoying it. Tom has found a huge amount of success and is an incredibly creative guy. But I think he's just kind of done with a lot of stuff. He's seen it. He's been through it. He's been there for years. He's just kind of relaxing into it now. And it was quite funny because I even said, if you look at me, Ace Trainer Liam, and Tom, it's almost like you're going down this flow of positivity to not necessarily negativity, but more kind of reserved acceptance of the life that he's in, which I really like. He was lovely. Tom Scar was really nice. An elder statesman of the internet. That is a great way of putting apathy. That's what it is. Tom still has apathy. Hello, what are the rules here? Long, complicated, and varied. What we won't do is tell you any of them. But if you break them, you will get shunned. Just so you know. That's what'll happen. Speaking of collabs, I need more of the very British MTG that a few months back. Oh, with Manasplaining. They were lovely. The Manasplaining guys, very, very polite, very professional, very genuine. I think they still owe me some money, but I'll probably get that at some point in the future. I'll deal with that in the future. I'll message them and be like, hey, are we settled? We'll sort that out. Message him now, actually. No, they were lovely. They were genuinely lovely. Do I play Commander? Only when forced to. Only when forced to, and only if nobody else wants to have any fun. Because I will play Send Triplets, Phyrexian on Life, and Solemnity Lock. And you will sit there and watch me play Magic. That's what'll happen. We can message him for you. Just everyone follow them. All British people play Commander. They just say, what's my favourite format? Original 60-card Modern. That's what I want to play. Modern when Birthing Pod was allowed. God, I miss Birthing Pod. Send Triplets. Hey! Oh, I hate you so much if you play that. I like Modern. I like 60-card. Right, what were we talking about? We were talking about something specific. I am the mortgage guy from a bit ago. I apologize for wording the previous question poorly. You didn't. That was great. I was wondering how to deal with the anxiety that comes with making that kind of big decision. That's a good question. So, there is a great deal of comfort with knowing that whatever decision you make, I suppose I'll reword that. There is a great deal of comfort that comes with not needing to make a decision, with not needing to be responsible. There is a level of comfort to it, there's a level of safety to it. I've been in jobs before where people have said, hey, do you want a promotion? And I've said, honestly, no, because the pay increase that the job would bring is not worth the increase in responsibility, the increase in stress, the increase in pressure that would bring. But in doing so, you do become better at dealing with it. You do become more comfortable at going through the uncomfortable situations and learning how to deal with it. If you rent, and I've rented for a long time, then it is the landlord's responsibility in order to deal with the problems. That's what their job, in theory, should be. Whether landlord or not should be a job, that is a discussion we'll have another time. But right now we're talking about the practicality of it. By buying a house and becoming your own landlord and becoming an owner of that, you are taking on the responsibility to effectively do all of that. And it is nerve-wracking, terrifying to a degree, but you're also shouldering the responsibility, and in doing so, shouldering the reward for being able to handle that responsibility. How much responsibility you want in life compared to how much authority you want, that's up to you. But how many people here have ever met someone that wants authority without responsibility? We've all met those people. They want to be in charge, but they don't want to deal with the problems. They want to benefit from the success of a thing, but they don't want to effectively deal with the failure of the thing. You're terrified of getting a mortgage and then losing your job. Absolutely. That is a fair thing to be terrified of. That's not... People go, oh, it's one of those completely unjustified fears. No, that's a realistic fear. And the fact that you are considering it shows a level of wisdom. You need to be able to consider it. You need to be able to understand, there's dogs, that considering the problems, considering the pitfalls and the potentials is a level of wisdom. In fact, do you guys want to know one of the worst possible things? We'll get the dogs on stream in a minute, don't you worry. We'll get them in stream. We will come back. Someone asked a really good question about how do you deal with imposter syndrome. We will get back to imposter syndrome. We'll put a pin in that. We'll come back to it. That's a good question. Do you guys want to know a really irritating theory? Okay. How many of you have ever met or know of someone that you would not consider the wisest or the most intelligent, and yet they have succeeded at remarkably complicated things? I've met people like this before. I've met people and I've looked at them, not in a kind of judgy, harsh way, in a more kind of inquisitive way. I'm part of that. And I've gone, how the hell have you done this? How have you done any of this? Let me explain. When you start a project, you begin at the start and you get to the end. Sounds simple, but you will face problems along the way. That's just how all projects work. If you are remarkably intelligent, you will probably be able to see lots of those problems from the start. And that's quite overwhelming. That's quite scary, because you straight away think, I can't solve all of these problems. And you know what? If you try to solve them all at the same time, you are probably right. But let's imagine that you weren't able to see as far ahead. You're still going to face the problems when you get to them, but you can't see them yet. You're effectively playing life on a lower render distance. Low graphics is switched on. You start the project because you can't even consider the problems you're going to face. Then you get to the first problem. Now, it's a big problem, but there's only one of them. So all your focus is on solving that problem. There's no switching of focus, and you solve it. Then you push through the process, then you get to the second problem. And it's the only one you can see. You can't even consider something else happening. And so you solve it, and then you push on. There is a level of benefit to not being able to see every problem, because it prevents you from overanalyzing and analysis paralysis, locking yourself out of ever trying. There are some people I know who refuse to try something because they know how complicated it's going to be. And if you refuse to even try, your success rate is guaranteed 0. Then there are other people I know who I would not consider as worldly wise, as intelligent, as well-schooled, as smart, and yet they think, I'm going to give that a go. And they get to the first problem. Now, the fact that they've got to the first problem at all means they are already ahead of somebody who didn't start. Now, there's only one of two ways this can go. Solve it, don't solve it. And normally, they solve it. And then they get to the next problem. Then they solve it. Next problem. Then they solve it. Next problem. Then they solve it. And then you end up looking back and going, how has that person succeeded? It's simple. They actually got to the problems. That's one of the best ways to do it. Get to the problem. The smart person is aware of how many problems they're going to get to, so doesn't bother trying to get to them. The person that is tenacious enough to do it knows that it's going to be difficult, but can't specifically say, and so just goes to it. You will do everything incorrectly. Absolutely. But sometimes doing it incorrectly is part of the process of getting to the point of doing it correctly. So it's totally okay if you don't know how you can do it. You say that you're looking into getting a mortgage, which is a very big, very scary thing. You are clearly intelligent enough to understand the complexities that come with this, but you are anything potentially so intelligent that you are considering every possible problem in the future. Have you ever met someone that you would consider potentially quite stupid who also has a mortgage? I have. And I'm looking at them going, how? You know when you're a kid and you just think that adults are smart? You know when you're like 7 or 8 and you just assume that grown-ups know what they're doing? And then there'll be a moment in life where you meet the first grown-up and you realize they have no idea what they're doing. And there's almost a shattering. There's a moment of, oh my God, this person is actually quite stupid. This person is not intelligent at all. This person has no idea what they're doing, and yet they're driving. And yet they have a mortgage, or they are renting, or they have a child, or they have a really responsible job. I used to work with a guy in a warehouse who had a really, really responsible job of routing multi-million-pound shipments through various systems. The dude was a straight-up flat earther. Like, he was 100% convinced, and yet he had a really responsible job. And then you suddenly start to realize that actually people believing in one thing doesn't necessarily prevent them from being able to do another. In fact, in some ways, someone being one way is a benefit to them doing another process. It's really, competent in one field, incompetent in another. The idea that you can be intelligent but prevent yourself progressing, or you can be less intelligent and actually push yourself to progress. So if you know all these problems you're going to face, speak to the people that you think can help you, get as much advice as you can, and then accept that there will be the problems in the future. But, and I cannot stress this enough, if you're going to get a mortgage, talk to a mortgage advisor. Most people in our society, I mean, who was it? Was it George Carlin, who famously said, think of how stupid the average person is, and then realized that half of them are stupider than that? Josh, have I considered dual streaming to YouTube because their stream player is not as shit? I have considered it, and then I didn't do it because I am lazy. I should do it, though, because it's my job. I just need to work out why this lens is fogging up constantly. There we go. Right, what were we talking about before this? We were talking about imposter syndrome. If you think that the people that are objectively more successful than you are dumber than you, ask yourself if you're truly as smart as you think you are. Okay, no, Nerdmeister, that's a really nice way of putting it, but also there is subtlety and there is nuance to this. I am not saying objectively the people more successful than me are dumber than me. I'm not saying that at all. If you think I'm saying that, you're not listening to the nuance and the subtlety of the conversation that we're actually having. What we need is a line on the left. I can sort it out, don't you worry. What you need to hear is there is a level of success and a level of performance that can be beneficial if you don't think about the problems that you're going to face in the future. That's the way to look at it. There is a level of kind of boost, of benefit that you can reach by not being distracted by the knowledge of the problems that you are going to reach, because then you can focus your mind and brain power on the problems that you have reached. If you hear that and you think I'm saying everyone more successful than me is dumb, then you are not critically thinking about the conversation that we are having. Is Josh huge or is the bar tiny? Both. Straight up both. You thought I was filming? Yeah, this is my kitchen. This is just a regular kitchen. No, this is a green screen. This is totally fake. But you have a certain level of skill. Absolutely. You absolutely have to have a certain level of skill. Josh, will she come back to me? That's a good question. And that depends. Did you quick save and or auto save after you have left the map? Because if you did, you may need to restart. You need some level of ignorance. It's okay to say to someone, I'm not dealing with this problem right now. I've said that to people before as well. People have come to me with problems, I've focused problems, and they've said, oh, this is going wrong, especially when I used to work in a warehouse. People will come and say, oh, this is broken down, that's broken down, this is breaking, this is changing. And I've said, I'm not dealing with that right now. I'm dealing with this. And people get annoyed. You've got to deal with this right now. No, because then I'm going to fail at fixing 3 problems instead of succeed at fixing 2. And then when they're fixed, I will then go over to the 3rd problem and fix this. It is okay to prioritize a level of fixing. Did you exhaust her dialogue tree? Ah, yeah, sometimes you can get caught into a dialogue loop. That's the problem. Last year, I took my health seriously. Well done. Congratulations. Okay, I went from 140 kilograms to 73, all in the hope of getting laid. Well, that's where it's going to fall down. Got laid once, but no other girls are interested. At which day do I train my personality? Right, okay, so if you're doing push-pull legs, you then have to do personality afterwards. That's the problem. And I try and explain this to people, charisma is the most powerful stat. Charisma is the overpowered stat, without a doubt. When people go, oh, charisma, it's not going to work. Danny DeVito. Danny DeVito is what happens when you max charisma and everything else is a dump stat. Still works. Still absolutely dominates. You need to be able to train your personality as well. Yeah, upper, lower, Warhammer. That's how it works. I've still got the Warhammer Cadian Guards, which I'll be working through. Danny DeVito isn't even in his final form. That's true, because he knows if he was, it would be unfair. It would be too powerful. It would be too good. He can be covered in Vaseline and still be charismatic. If anything, he's more charismatic that way. Introspection. The dumbbell of the mind. This is a muscle, guys. Train this as well. Okay? Train this as well. If you want the secret to it, and I'm going to give you the secret away now, and all of the YouTube gurus are going to hate me, all of the alpha podcast bros are going to hate me, all of the crypto bros are going to hate me, all of the looks maxing bros are going to hate me, but I'm going to give you the secret, okay? Be an ugly kid and get funny. Then become attractive when you're in your late teens, early 20s. That combination of learning to be funny because you had to be, and then suddenly actually putting stats into strength, dexterity, and charisma, it is a massively overpowered build. It is a broken build. You should do that. That's what you should do. It's the Bobby Hill build. That's what that is. This is like Christopher Walken and Danny DeVito's D&D session. How do I train my charisma? That's actually a good question. Do you think you can? Do you think you can? I'll tell you what you don't do. You don't watch guides on how to be charismatic. You don't necessarily have to watch these podcast alpha bros on who will, tell you, because charisma isn't a video game. It isn't an option where there is a right and a wrong choice. There is the level of listening. There is the level of compassion. There is the level of understanding. There is the level of humanity. There is the level of people feeling safe. People don't understand why women don't like them. Normally, it's because you treat women like a different species that have to be manipulated, and I have to explain to people that women are not machines that you put kindness coins into until sex falls out. That doesn't happen. It's totally okay to just be friends with someone because you enjoy their company and like hanging out with them. And when you do that, other people will look and go, hey, that guy's quite fun to hang out with. That's fun, let's do that. It works in Persona. It does. Mass Effect and Persona and Gacha has done unimaginable damage to the youth. How do I get my Riz level to 2? Right, maybe the truth is that you need to watch those kind of Mafia Kingdom adverts and you start off as a level 1 crook and the girl doesn't want you, but then you become a level 50 Mafia boss and suddenly the girl does want you, and also you're in space for some reason. Maybe that happens. Maybe you have to do her loyalty mission. How do I, personally, avoid feeling all the problems in the world are my responsibility? You're coming in here with some heat. You're coming straight into this conversation with the good questions. How many of you in this chat have ever felt that you cannot solve every problem in the world and therefore no problem is worth solving? You cannot fix everything, so why should you fix anything? We've all been there. People tend to get there when they're around 15 or 16 and then hopefully move on from that. I remember a story. I don't remember where I read it, but I remember the story specifically. The story was simply a load of starfish had washed up on the shore of a beach somewhere and needed to be returned to the water, but there were simply too many to return all of them. And there was a woman walking along, effectively picking up starfish and then putting them back in the water, one at a time. I don't know if this is a true story, but I think the moral stuck with me for a long time. And someone said to the woman as she was doing this, "Why are you doing this? You won't make a difference." And her response was, "It will make a difference to this one." And I thought, okay, yeah, you can't solve every problem, but you can solve a problem, and that is someone's problem. You can't change the world, but you can do at least a little bit of work toward creating the world that you would like to see, and then inviting people to join you within that one. So if you look and you say, you know what, world's fucked. A lot of problems we can't solve. You're spot on. You're absolutely right. And what you can't let happen is that thought crush your desire to do anything else. Because you can look at the big problems and say, we cannot change everything. Totally true. Or we can look at a smaller problem and say, but I can fix this. I can change this. And this right now is beneficial to either me or to somebody else, or to someone that's important, or to someone that matters, or to someone that will appreciate it. I cannot stop every bad thing happening, but I can fix this thing right now. That's totally okay. It's okay to look at the small problems and the small victories as well. Advice for going into your 30s. Honestly, I've enjoyed them more than my 20s. Genuinely. People are all like, oh, you're getting old now. No, I've enjoyed it far more. Far, far more. You want to make your own game, but you don't find the motivation despite knowing in the long run I would be happier doing that instead of a normal 8-hour job, because when I get home, part of me wants to play games and relax despite wanting to learn game dev. That's a really interesting thing to look at, Halo Crash. Cool name, by the way. How many of you go to work for 8 or 9 or 10 or 11 hours, get home, and then the first thing you want to do is just relax? Because I think that is a trap. People have come to associate the word... First of all, there's nothing wrong with doing that. There's nothing wrong with you. That's the way the system has been set up. You're fighting against a very complicated system that has been designed to do that to you. People think the word relax means don't put any effort into things. I really hate this. I say to myself, hey, I'm going to go and... I design board games as a hobby. I design card games as a hobby. I've got some stuff that I've been working on. And it's effort, it's energy. It is draining to do. And whenever I've had family or some friends who have seen me do this, they often say to me, oh, why are you doing that? Do something easier. Relax. Because to them, the word relax means stop putting effort in. Stop trying. Stop, draining yourself of doing this. And I have to explain to people that sometimes the feeling of achievement is so strong and so powerful and so beneficial that it is worth the input of effort. Because the feeling of achieving something is more beneficial in the long run than just relaxing into doing nothing. Imagine someone that goes hiking on the weekend. They get in from their job, which is physically and mentally draining. And then the next thing they do is another physically and mentally draining thing. How does that make sense? How does it make sense that they've got in from their job where they are physically and mentally exhausted, and they put on their hiking clothes and go out and hike and physically and mentally exhaust themselves again? It's because the feeling of achievement that they get from doing that, the feeling of, I don't want to say pride and accomplishment because that's copyright to EA. But yeah, the feeling of pride and accomplishment they get from doing that is so much more beneficial to them and so much more worthwhile. So when you get into your house from your job, when you are physically tired, everything around you is set up to give you all the dopamine you need with absolutely no input from you at all. TV will tell you what to watch. YouTube will recommend for you what to watch. Spotify will pretty much just start playing something right away. Twitter, TikTok, Instagram, all of them designed to endlessly scroll forever to give you instant gratification with no energy. Just mainline it straight into your veins and just sit down and let the dopamine flow. That's what the machine wants you to do. But if you want to design a game, it's okay to be tired while doing it. It's okay to be shattered while doing it. It's okay to be bored while doing it. Because when you finally actually create something, when you finally achieve something, the feeling of accomplishment of doing that will be so much more powerful, orders of magnitude more powerful than anything any preset scroll could possibly give you. And that's okay. Who is this? David Goggins from Temu. Yes. If you order David Goggins from Temu, I turn up. And I say, listen, you can go beyond. Not that much further. Let's not go crazy. But you can do a little bit more. You're probably at like 95%. This doesn't sound as motivational as you may think. I'm not trying to sound motivational because motivation is fickle. Motivation comes and goes. Motivation waits to be ready, and then she says, yeah, let's do a little bit for a little bit, but we're not going to do it again. Motivation is one of the most inconsequential, one of the most annoying, one of the most ephemeral things that you can possibly have. Discipline matters far more because that's what gets you up and going when you know that you don't want to do it. Consider this. How many times have you gone to your job not because you're motivated to go to your job, but because you're disciplined enough to know that you need to go and do your job? And then when you get home, you aren't motivated enough to do your favorite hobby or your entire idea or your creation of whatever it is, and you aren't disciplined to do it, so you simply sit down and take the easiest possible route. Why do you have discipline when it comes to stuff that you don't want to do? But when it's stuff that is valuable to you and creates you and makes you, suddenly you need to wait for the motivation. Now, some people said that you go to your job because they pay you. Yeah, because you're disciplined enough to know that you need that. Your motivation for that is, okay, well, I need the money. I'm disciplined enough to know I need to keep going to do that. Needs versus wants. You are doing it because you are disciplined enough to keep doing it. You are motivated enough to keep doing it because it has a direct thing that you need to take. And then suddenly you want to do something, but you don't really want to do it. Or maybe you do want to do it, but you can't make your brain do that. One's optional, the other's not. Ultimately, you get to choose who you want to be. Whenever I say to someone, what do you do? I don't want to know what their job is. I even say that to someone. Now, what do you do? Not your job, but what do you do outside of that? Because I don't really care what someone's job is. I care about what they do beyond that. Josh, what's the secret to talking a lot without getting a dry mouth? I would have had to drink so much water by now. I mean, to be fair, I've gone through an entire Gamer Subs thing, but you do eventually just get used to it, talking a lot. A lot of it is opening your mouth more and enunciating more, because a lot of people kind of mumble like this, they get lips together and they do that. And they kind of talk really fast, and then unless they try their lips out more. Discipline is the force that pushes you when the obstacle is bigger than the motivation. That is a good way of looking at it. People want to hear words that make motivation sound easy. They want to hear words that make it sound, oh yeah, it's super easy to do. No, it's not. It's really difficult to do. It's really difficult. It's really hard, which is why most people don't do it. I'm having the issue with motivation for the gym. I want to go, but the motivation is lacking due to other factors. That's okay. You don't need to go. You get to choose. This is the cool thing. You get to choose the kind of person that you are. That's the great thing with the choices of doing it. You get to choose the kind of person that you want to be. You may not be able to choose everything in life. You may not be able to wake up and say, I want to be the kind of person that has £10 million in the bank. Okay, cool. We all do. But you get to choose a little bit of the power. You get to choose a little bit of the idea. I'm serious, the title/thumbnail not matching is driving me nuts. What's the title and the thumbnail? I'll double check in a second. What's the title of this stream? It says free advice worth every penny. Solving your problems. I am solving your problems. Some of them. You only have 700,000 hours in this game of life. Use them well. That's true. You want the DVD video bouncing around again, don't you? That's what you guys want. That's what you need. I find the I don't feel like this evaporates once I start. I find that as well. I like to do the 5-minute test, which is just do something for 5 minutes. That's all you need to do. Do something for 5 minutes. And if you don't want to continue doing it, just don't continue doing it. But you will often find that inertia is super difficult to get over. If you are not doing something, you are going to continue not doing something. An object at rest will remain at rest until acted upon by an outside force. One of the laws of is it laws of inertia, laws of physics? So if you're like, I don't want to clean the house. It's going to take at least an hour. I don't want to do that. I'll say to myself, you know what? I'll just clean the desk. Not the house, that's too much. I'm just going to clean the desk. And then after I've started cleaning the desk, I'll go, you know what? I'll just clean the desk next to it. I'll clean that as well. And while I'm here now, so I'm going to clean the windowsills. All right, cool. I'll do that. And then I've cleaned the windowsills. I've got the cloth in my hand. You know what? I'll go downstairs. I'll clean the windowsills down there. And while I'm down there, I'm like, you know what? I'm in the kitchen now. I'll just wipe the sides down. I've only done it for 5 minutes. I only ever do things for 5 minutes. They just take an hour. That's the best way I look at doing something. You just need to overcome the initial tiny bit of inertia. When people say, I don't want to do this thing, it's going to take 5 hours. That's fine. I don't want to do anything that takes 5 hours either. I'm going to give it 5 minutes of my time. I'm going to keep going. And when I keep going, I'm thinking, well, I'm here now. I may as well keep going. Yeah, the BoJack Horseman was one of the best TV shows I've ever watched. The jogging character. It does get easier every day. Yeah, like I'm just going to walk on the treadmill. Just for 5 minutes. I'm going to 5-minute walk. That's it. And then while I'm on the treadmill, I'm going to check my phone. 5 minutes. I'll scroll Instagram for a bit. I'll scroll Twitter. I'll check Reddit and watch YouTube. Then after doing that, I've been walking for half an hour. Didn't even realize that. It's okay to do something for 5 minutes. Huib says, should I confess my feelings to my ex? He is in a relationship right now. No. because doing that is a way of alleviating yourself of those feelings and effectively putting them on somebody else. It is totally okay to have those feelings, but it's also at that point your responsibility to deal with them internally and come to terms with that and just wait it out. If whatever relationship you're in the future doesn't work out, have a conversation with them then. But at some point, when people say, hey, I'm going to share this way that I feel, this secret that I've got with somebody else, you have to ask yourself, are you doing it because you genuinely think it's the right thing to do for everyone involved, or are you doing it because it's the easiest way to alleviate yourself of being the only one that has to worry about it? Sometimes when people say, oh, I'm going to have this, there is a line that you have to consider. Sometimes the idea of a confession, especially a deathbed confession kind of thing, is done not because people think it's the right thing to do, but because it's actually a rather selfish way of finding peace at the very end by putting the onus of forgiveness onto somebody else. If you have feelings that are eating away at you inside, and you know that you could get rid of those by just explaining them to someone, you have to ask, would explaining them to someone actually hurt that person? And in doing so, is it actually more selfless if you do bear that burden and sort it out? It's okay to not need to spread around the negativity, and it's okay to hold on to it and to work out how to live with it and deal with it and sort it out until you then need to explain it in a safe and controlled and fair way. Stoicism can be useful. Now, I'm not saying hold on to every problem and never deal with it. There are nuances to this. People hear me say things and then they try and simplify it and they go, oh, so what you're saying is you should never talk to anyone ever. No, I didn't say that. That's a waffle pancake situation going on there. I've said I like pancakes and you've replied with, so you hate waffles. No. Two different sentences. You've just extrapolated the wrong information from one and gone to an extreme hyperbole example with the other. It is totally okay to have things that you deal with internally. It is also okay to have people and confidants that you can talk to about those internal struggles and have them support you. But you also have to remember that when you ask for support from somebody else, when you accept support from somebody else, you are taking at least a small amount of mental energy and effort on their behalf. They are giving you a certain amount of energy. They're giving you a certain amount of effort. And it is also okay to say to someone, I do not have the mental bandwidth to support this right now. That's okay to say. Don't always say it. Give what you can, but do not set yourself on fire to keep somebody else warm. There is a level of balance to it. There is a level of nuance to it. It is okay to say to someone, even if they're your friend, in fact, if anything, especially if they're your friend, because if they're your friend, they will understand. You can say, I want to support you, but I need to solve these issues and support this right now. Set other people on fire to keep them warm. Not being silly. Look after yourself before you look after others. There was a lesson I learned pretty strongly while working with the Navy. And this has very much stuck to me. People dislike it when I do this because they think it's selfish, but I guarantee it's really beneficial in the long run. Imagine that you're about to start a ruck, which is a long walk, effectively, with a big heavy backpack on, with a team of people. And imagine if on the start of that walk, you twist your ankle. You could keep that secret and keep going. You could push on. Yeah. I worked with the Navy, never in the Navy. You could just push on. Yeah, I've hurt myself, I'm in pain, but I'm going to keep going. If you do that, by the time you get an hour or two into that ruck, you will not be able to continue walking, and somebody else will need to take your backpack, and somebody else will then need to escort you back to safety somewhere. You have, in ignoring the problem, actually exacerbated the problem further down the road. By being super stoic, you have become a burden in the future. Not the best thing to do. So it's totally okay to say to someone, hey guys, I've got this that needs sorting right now. I've got this problem. And if I can't deal with this, it's going to become an issue to you guys in the future. I need to deal with this. It sucks. It's annoying. I know. But I guarantee if we ignore it, it's going to get worse. And that they have the information and they can say, okay, we'll stay with you right now. We'll wait an hour. We'll make sure we bandage that up. We'll sort it all out. Or we'll have someone stay here, or you stay here, and we'll keep going. Therefore, you don't exacerbate the situation as well. That's okay to do. The more information people have with that, the more information they can learn to kind of work around it. And the reason this links back to what we were talking about is it's okay to ask for help. It's also okay to understand that not everyone is going to be able to help. And it's okay that by communicating what you need and what you think is going to be beneficial right now, you have to accept that sometimes the answer is going to be, okay, I can give you help. Sometimes the answer is going to be, I can't give you help, I'm going to keep going, but to make sure you don't get worse, you stay here, which is very important to do. It's okay if you can't do something. You just need to give me the information so I've got it so I can work out a solution. There's the old one of, in hospitals, I don't know if any of you guys, I hope you haven't, but if any of you guys have ever been to hospital for something relatively extreme, especially in any kind of ward where they would give you an injection, there is normally a massive sign on the wall that says, please tell us if you have taken any of these drugs. And the reason they need to know that is because if you don't tell them, the injection they give you might kill you. They don't actually care whether you have or haven't taken them from a kind of ideological standpoint. It's literally just from a practical, we need the information standpoint. So it's totally okay to give someone the information and then say, right, how do we deal with it from there? It's for your safety, pretty much. It is straight up for your safety. Now, what were we going to talk about before? Where do we go to from here? You don't want to be the burden or the joy killer. That's true. Nobody wants to be a burden. Nobody wants to kill the joy. But sometimes it's worth, especially, and that's part of maturing. It's part of growing up, is knowing when it's okay to kind of gather everyone around, take a step back and be like, yo, I'm just going to chill out for a bit here. I can't do this. It's not going to be beneficial in the future for everyone for me to carry on with this. That's okay. All things considered, my life's in a really good spot. Hooray! Keep comparing myself to my friend that's 6 years older than me. Any advice on not doing that? They've got 6 years different experience than you have. Not better, not worse, different experience. They've met different people. They've gone through different situations. They've been in different scenarios. They've learned different lessons. In fact, I'll tell you exactly how it's different. Is someone earlier said, Josh, how are you so wise? First of all, I am not, because all I am doing is echoing the lessons that far wiser people have taught me. The best way to gain a broader perspective on anything is to hang out and chat to people that have broader perspectives than you. They've always said, if you're the smartest person in the room, you're in the wrong room. You can be completely stupid and dumb and hang out with people that are slightly smarter than you and learn from them. In fact, some of the most important lessons I have ever learned have come from people that I would never in a million years expect to have taught me that important a lesson. So when I was you've probably heard this kind of tale before. I've told this story before, I'm sure. When I was a mechanic on a go-kart track, I have had a lot of jobs. My boss was this guy called Danny, and Danny was this like 6.5 foot tall, muscular black guy. He was so strong, he was so tough, he was super intimidating to see. One of the nicest guys I've ever met. And I remember one day, Danny's standing there, he's outside, he's working on the go-kart track, he's rippling muscles. The dude was like Schwarzenegger, it's incredible. And there was a party of kids who were on the go-kart track, just driving around. The go-karts are loud. And this young kid walks over, kind of whimpering, and he kind of looks up, and he's got tears in his eyes. And Danny stops what he's doing, and he walks over, and he kneels down. And he goes, "Are you nervous?" And the kid just kind of nods his head. He can't speak, just nods his head. And I overheard Danny saying, good, nerves mean you care. I don't want anyone on my track that doesn't care. And that really stuck with me, because I learned that it doesn't mean that the kid doesn't know how to drive a go-kart. It doesn't mean that the kid doesn't know what he's doing. It means that he cares about what he's doing. And so when I was then, years later, doing theatre full-time, and I would be backstage, and I would be nervous. And I'd be thinking, why am I nervous? I know my lines, I know my blocking, we've rehearsed this. This isn't even the first show. Why am I nervous? And Danny's words would come to my mind, and I thought, because I care about doing a good show. And so I go on to the stage, I do the best show I can, I come off, and I'm thinking, I said my lines in the right order, I gave the best performance I could, I did all the blocking, I worked with the other actors as best I could, we gave a good performance, fantastic. Yes, I was nervous, but that doesn't mean that I'm not good at what I'm doing. It doesn't mean I'm not capable. It just means that I was slightly nervous at what I was doing. Nerves mean that I care. Now, the reason I link this back to your story of your friend who is 6 years older, I have had 6 years, or they have had 6 years more than you, of meeting people like Danny, meeting people who are going to effectively teach them lessons that they never expected to learn. And you, in the next 6 years, are going to meet people who teach you lessons that you could never imagine, that stick with you, that you teach to other people, that become core parts of you. So when you look at him and say, oh, I wish I can't compare myself to him, you've got 6 years worth of unexpected lessons to be learned before you could possibly consider yourself on an equal footing. That is a decent gap, depending on what you do and who you meet and what kind of challenges you go through. So it's okay to look at them and go, I'm not where they are. That's fine. They're not going to be where you are if you kind of advanced 6 years right now. I'm nervous because I'm not nervous. Yeah, I'm nervous because he's not nervous. That's a good way of putting it. That is a good way of putting it. Every show that I was nervous for ended up being one of the best shows, without a doubt. Without a doubt. Some of you said you were struggling to hear, so let me just see if I can change one of the... I think there's a filter. Yeah, there we go. I've taken the noise suppression filter off. How is that? That should be slightly clearer. Previously, there was a noise suppression gate, which means that the microphone was only effectively working when the noise suppression filter was on. We can now hear the bottles in the back. You're too noisy. We can hear the fly in the room. It's exactly the same. Perfect. That's what we need. We can hear the clinking of the glasses around the bar. Do I get nervous before a stream? You know what, Froggo? Yeah, I do. Because I care about entertaining people. This is entertainment. Your time is valuable. Your attention is a finite resource. There are hundreds of thousands, potentially millions of things that you could be giving your attention to. I'm sure there are at least 1 million crappy Hallmark Christmas movies on Netflix that are competing for your attention. You've got every song ever available, almost ever created, on YouTube or Spotify. You've got every game you could download and emulate. You can go to Steam, go to Good Old Games. You've got every book that you could read. You've got a library, you've got outside. I'm competing with the natural world. I'm competing with everything you could ever possibly do, and yet for some reason you want me in the background while you paint Warhammer? One of you is probably doing that. You're freaked out. You're like, what's going on? What's happening right now? I was watching, I had a video playing in the background while I think it was Adi Harajuku, and I was just having her play in the background while I was painting Warhammer, and she specifically called out people that were doing that. And I'm like, God damn it. Bushido instead of Warhammer. But yeah, some of you have just got, you know, Netflix on the other screen. Some of you have got old school RuneScape up that you're clicking through. Some of you have got other stuff that you're doing. Yeah, without a doubt, there are things. And it's not necessarily that I get nervous, that I worry that I'm not going to be able to do my job. I know that I can do my job. What army do I play? I play two. So I've got an Ultramarine battalion. But as I've got older, I have come to embrace the humanity of the Imperial Guard, of the Astra Militarum. So yeah, to answer your question back, do I get nervous before a stream? I get focused on entertaining. I want to be able to deliver the entertainment that you deserve. What about salamanders? Yeah, they're pretty cool as well. They're pretty cool. I'm chilling animating on the side. I work on an anime. Oh, that's pretty cool, man. How's that going? To live is to suffer, to survive is to find meaning in it. Yes, very true. Nietzsche, who I learned from having a quote at the start of Baldur's Gate. The reason I like, for anyone that's not bothered about Warhammer, I understand this might be the most boring stream now. The reason I like the Imperial Guard, and I've always had a bit of a soft spot for them, is in a world of unimaginable cosmic horror and genetically modified super soldiers, in a world of super over-the-top, constantly escalating power struggles between incredibly overpowered, warriors of legend, it takes absolute balls of steel to stand there as a regular human with a regular gun and say, right, you ain't coming any closer because I care about what's behind me. That's what it is. To stand as the normal bastion against the endless, terrifying hordes is a level of heroism in itself. That's what I like. That's what I really like. Did he call a las gun a regular gun? I mean, to be fair, some of the dudes do just have regular guns as well. That's what I like. I like that a lot. I like the bravery of the normal against the insanity of the extra normal. The underdog, the regular warriors. That's what I like. I like that. It's the human male fighter perspective. I'm not here for advice. Want to know if you'll be attending any conventions this year? If so, which ones? I would like to attend as many as I could. However, attending a convention is a difficult thing for me because I live in the middle of nowhere, in the middle of the English countryside. And getting to where the conventions are, which is normally London, is a day of traveling down on the train, then a hotel, then the convention, then a day of traveling back, which means I miss out on a huge amount of YouTube video production time and Twitch streaming time. It's about finding the balance between those things specifically. So every time I go to a convention, I'm taking, even if the convention is 2 or 3 days, I'm taking 4 or 5 days out of my week to go and do that, which is fine. I'm happy doing that. I'm privileged to be able to do it. But if I do that every month, I am losing a lot of working days to going to do that, which are then not producing Warhammer videos, not producing YouTube videos or Twitch streams. So I have to find a way. Please do not attend conventions. I need more videos and more streams. It's worth it because you could get our autographs. That's true. That I have not. Can we not mention GOAT? Sorry, Gothborn. I need to then work out exactly how much time I'm able to give to these things. I'm assuming it's also very expensive to do it. I mean, British trains are expensive and hotels are expensive, but I am in a position where I am able to afford to do that because of YouTube and because of Twitch. So that's not normally a worry that I have. You could do a Henry Cavill cosplay in one. One day I'd love to meet him. Maybe one day. Do I still have a Boomer phone case? No. It's not Boomer, okay? It's not Boomer. There is nothing wrong with having a phone case, okay? Because the front of the phone case folds out, and that's where you keep your cards. See? Some cards are there, but then also cards are inside, along with the Chad Magic sticker that they gave me when I met them, and my Costco membership. There's nothing, and then you open that bit, and that's where you keep your money, your physical paper money in there. See? Does it have anywhere to put your keys too? No, I keep my keys on a keychain with a bolt gun. This is nothing wrong with that. See? More things to lose in one package. It's efficient. I'm losing everything in one go. That's what I'm doing. There is nothing wrong with me doing that. Stop teasing me for my phone case. Who has actual money? So I carry paper money with me still, but I'm finding fewer and fewer places that I can Is your screen intact? Of course it's intact. There's a screen protector on there as well. There is a screen protector on there, and it's in a plastic case, and I've got physical, actual cash money. See? For if I need to do that thing where you make it rain. That's how old I am. That's the symbol for that. See? My 65-year-old mother has one just like, look, you've got to carry a tenner with you just in case. Just in case. You never know when you'll need it. Speaking of conventions, any Session Zero shows this year? Too early to say. One day we will get there. You always carry 20 in your wallet. Yeah, see, you don't know. Because look, there's an understanding. There's an understanding when you go to the barbers, when you go to get your hair cut, or when you go and buy a kebab at the end of the day, after a crazy night in Spoons, and the guy serving you the kebab calls you boss man. You know, a man that's 90% body hair, wearing a white kind of vest, covered in his own sweat, giving you a big tray of greasy meat. And then you say to him, do you want cash or card? And he looks at you and he goes, cash. And you look at him and you're like, I get you. I understand. We're on the same level. You go to your barbers. They say, do you want cash or card? They can't say, but you know they want cash. You can still tip with a card, you know that. It's not about tipping. It's about a level of tax reporting. But we'll talk about that in the future, don't you worry. That sounds awful. No. No, being given same level equals tax evasion. Whoa. We're not talking about tax evasion. That's illegal. Tax avoidance is different legally. Josh, that's money laundering. No, it's not. I'm not telling any of you to evade taxes. Don't do that. It's Hollywood accounting. That's how we call it. Here there are still places that don't take card. Where is here? My work gives me cash tips. Physical cash tips feel like a gift every time. The only place I can use cash is the barbers. Hey, there's nothing wrong with barber. I was having a lovely chat with my barber. I say my barber like I own him. Like he cuts other guys' hair as well. And I think I've only ever used him. Is there a thing where people say my barber and they just go to the same guy again and again and again and again? Because in England, you go to whatever barber happens to be on the street, and then you just walk in and have a haircut. Like, I don't think I've ever had the same barber repeatedly. You just walk in and there's a bunch of dudes standing around a business doing nothing. And you kind of walk in and there's that awkward moment of, I know that I'm here for a haircut. You know that I'm here for a haircut. No one's going to say anything. I'm going to wait for one of you guys to motion to a chair that's in the room. And then I'm going to sit on the chair. Then you're going to cut my hair and we're going to say nothing to each other. And I'm going to say, number 2 back and sides, short on top, please. That's what we're going to say. And then that will happen. Then I will leave. And then I may very well return to exactly the same barber's shop in the future. And I will have no idea if the people in that shop working are the same people that I met last time. I don't know. No one knows. Because if you live in England, when you walk down the high street, it is American sweet shop, vape shop, phone shop, barber. Then repeat it like a Scooby-Doo corridor. Again and again and again and again and again. Then you pray the barber is good. Doesn't matter if they're not. Because when they hold that little mirror up to you at the end and they say, is everything okay? The only thing you're legally allowed to say is, yeah, that's great, mate, thanks. Even if it's crap. That's what you say. You say, yeah, it's great, mate, thanks. Because you know what? It is great, mate. Then you get home, then you look at your hair in the mirror, then you complain about it. Then you wake up the next day after having a shower, look at your hair and think, why does my hair look shit? And then you realize it's because it was never the haircut, it was the style that he gave you specifically, and then you try and recreate it and you can't, and you just think, you know what, it'll grow out in a week or two anyway, it's fine. Will this be uploaded to YouTube? Unfortunately, probably yes. Ooh, kawaii. That is an actual interesting piece of advice. You found an abandoned dog on the side of the road, took them home, healed them and cared them, been in your care for 2 months and she's got attached, but the long term it doesn't fit your projects, really don't have the money to support, but I don't want to cause pain to the dog, should have brought to a shelter right away. The best time to do the right thing is immediately. The second best time is now. That's one of the best ways to look into it. It is okay to be put into a difficult situation, and people will judge you for making choices in difficult situations. People will say, well, you shouldn't have done that. People will say, oh, well, you made the wrong choice there, you made the right choice there. You have to ask yourself, whenever you're giving this kind of advice to someone, and this is genuine, what do you care more about? Do you care more about making the other person feel bad for doing something that you wouldn't have done? Or do you care more about trying to do the best right now? What's more important to you right now? Because sometimes you do something that's annoying, wrong, bad, incorrect, and you go to people for advice, and they take that as an excuse to admonish you for that. They take that as an excuse to effectively attack you and make you feel bad for the thing you've done. Because for some reason, it's really important to them that you suffer just a little bit more. Choosing not to make a choice is also a choice. I think older generations' parents did this quite a bit, where you go to your parents or an older person for advice or for help, and for some reason, they spend an amount of time, sometimes quite a gratuitous amount of time, not helping, just making sure you feel bad. Just making sure you feel worse than you did before. Because that's lecturing you. That's needed. Chastising you. Lovely line for it. They're thinking, ha, you've come to me for advice. Now, I could absolutely solve this problem and help you. However, I'm going to make you feel shit first. Okay. Don't need to. Doesn't need to. Do you know what it is? Do you know why people do that? It's because it makes themselves feel good. Because it's almost a form of socially acceptable bullying. That's what it is. So if you go to someone for advice and say, hey, I've done this thing, I don't think it was the right thing to do, help, and that person straight away turns around and says, wow, that wasn't the right thing to do, I'm going to make you feel really bad for doing that thing. That's not helping anyone. So you made a choice to help another living creature. Well done. That's a level of empathy, a level of humanity. Could you have made a different choice? Yeah, absolutely. But we're here now, so let's see what we can do now. If you know for a fact that your lifestyle does not fit having a pet in it, it is okay, emotionally and physically, to admit that and say, right, what's the best thing for this dog or cat right now? What's the best thing for this pet right now? And if there is friends, family, shelter, somewhere that they can have a loving, constant, permanent home in the future, that's okay to go down that path. Other people will tell you that you're doing the wrong thing, but you can then turn around and say to them, do you want a dog? And I guarantee they will normally say, no, I don't want that. I don't want to help. I want to chastise. I don't want to solve the problem. I want you to know that I would never have been in that problem in the first place. That's what people will say to you. And that is not helpful. It is super irritating when people say, oh, no, I don't want to help. I just want you to know you've made a mistake. If you know that it's not going to fit into your life and you know that you can't do that, it is okay to go to a shelter and to say, this is the best choice for the future. And sometimes people will, admonish you for that. Sometimes people will chastise you for that. Sometimes people will tease you, mock you, even bully you for that as well. And you have to ask, what's more important to you, the attacking or the helping? People that describe themselves as brutally honest tend to value the brutality over the honesty. And sometimes honesty without a level of care or without a level of compassion can be cruelty. It is okay to be honest with someone. It is not okay to use, well, I'm just being honest, as a smoke shield, as a shield against the fact that you are being cruel with it. You don't want to be tactless with it. That's just telling people things they already know. Yeah, straight away. Absolutely is. It's okay to be honest with someone, but try and sprinkle it with kindness. Try and sprinkle it with understanding, because otherwise, and just consider this, otherwise people aren't going to come to you for advice again. If someone comes to you for advice, they're putting you in a great position of responsibility, a great position of power. If someone effectively says to you, help me, they are giving you a lot of power over them. And how you respond to having that power says more about you than about them. They're putting faith in you. They're putting trust in you. They come to you and say, help me. That's what they need. And if you want to, actually, if you want to have that faith put into you again, then you need to show that when someone comes to you for help, when someone comes to you for advice, the first thing you do is not mock them. The first thing you do is not attack them. It's okay to understand that you are going to help. Once everyone's safe, then yeah, sure, have a conversation about how we can do things better in the future. But if the most important thing to you at any given time is making somebody else feel crap for a decision they've already made, then they're not going to come to you for advice again, are they? They're not going to help you again. It's a privilege for someone to come to you for advice. It's a privilege to be trusted with that level of input. And it's very important that you respect that privilege. I try and explain this to people. If you want the privilege of being someone's confidant, of being connected, then you have the responsibility of being a good confidant, of being a careful confidant. It's tact. That's what it is. So I would say, yeah, if having a dog does not suit your life goals at the minute, it's okay to take them to a shelter and to talk about this. You can joke about it later, but don't mock their problems straight away. It's okay to do that. Interesting. Okay. Yeah. My problem is I'm 25 and graduated as the second best roofer in the country I live in. Very impressive. Well done. I got lucky and got a big house I'm renovating, and I also bought a nice car and got engaged, so I'm feeling down since everything I put on my bucket list for life is done because I have nothing to do anymore. You've won. You've achieved what we call the Snoop Dogg, which means you can just do side quests now. You've done the Jack Black. When you finish the main story, you go back and do all of the side quests. That's what it is. You've won. Start a new game at this point. New Game Plus. Or what you do is you go outside and you say, right, side quests. Let's see what else we can do. Because I guarantee you've not done all the side quests. RuneScape, that's a pretty big one. Have you considered getting into an MMORPG? Have you considered no-hit running Dark Souls? That could help. Have you considered making an MMORPG? Don't do that. It's a terrible idea, but I guarantee someone will tell you to do it. Have you don't tell them to get into Warhammer, all right? We're trying to help them, not ruin their life. It's very impressive to have a level of success. Although maybe you're getting to that level of the saying that Bane says in The Dark Knight Rises, where he says, victory has defeated you. Do you want to know a really interesting thing? And I'll show you the thing that I keep on the side, which kind of forces me to ground myself every time. This is really interesting. I know that you may have said it as a joke, the whole thing, I've already got what I want, what do I do? Have you noticed that there's a thing called lifestyle inflation? And what that tends to mean is when you have a lifestyle, you want more. And you think when you get more, that's it. And then you get more, if you're lucky enough to get it. And then suddenly your level of expectation rises to that. And you say, well, okay, if I get a little bit more, I'll be happy there. Now, I don't want people to hear this and immediately start to get defensive, because I hate the saying, money won't make you happy. Okay, while that may have a level of truth, it will solve a lot of problems. I hate it when people say, money won't make you happy. Okay, it might not make you blissfully happy all the time, But if it's paying your rent and your food, and you are stable and you are safe and you are warm and you've got clothes and you've got the ability to travel around and actually go and experience your dreams and desires, you're going to be a damn lot more content than if you don't have that. So I hate it when people say money doesn't make you happy. It can give you the opportunity to pursue happiness when previously you wouldn't have had that opportunity. It makes you less stressed. That's what it makes you. It is a tool. When you have the tool, great. What it can't do is remove anything deep internal that is making you sad. It can't do that. It can make you more comfortable while you deal with that level of sadness. But what it won't necessarily do is remove the internal issues that you have. It can remove external issues without a doubt. They say, money doesn't make you happy, but poverty, that kills you. There's a big difference with that. I try and explain this to people so many times. People always, I hate it when people say to me, oh, money won't make you happy. Let's find out, shall we? Let's at least try. That's my favourite one. It won't make you happy? Give me yours then. That's what I tend to say to people. Oh, I've got loads of money and I'm not happy. All right, cool. Give me all of yours. You can continue to not be happy and I'll be richer. That'd be great. That sounds fantastic on my end. It is totally okay to want to have more stuff. However, what will then happen, and you see this with multimillionaires and multi-billionaires who start to treat money like a high score, is suddenly they just want that, then their lifestyle kind of raises to match its standard. Have you ever met people that say that they're earning tens of millions of pounds a year and yet it's not enough? And I'm thinking, well, maybe if lifestyle inflation hadn't happened and you'd just kind of been comfortable with the problems you have solved, we'd be okay with that. Having too much stuff can also cause stress. Having too little stuff, yes, money is never enough. The idea of tools, I hate talking about this because it makes people sound so out of touch. Someone will sit there, someone that has nothing, and they'll sit there and they'll watch me and they'll go, I can't believe he's complaining. He's complaining about having too much stuff. No, not trying to complain about it at all. Remarkably thankful for the privilege that I live in. Insanely so. But it's also okay to acknowledge that there are still issues that exist at every level of lifestyle. Have you ever had someone say to you, you can't be sad, there are people worse off than you? Consider the opposite. You can't be happy because there are people better off than you. That makes no sense at all, does it? It is totally okay to be sad and have problems even if other people have worse problems. And it's also okay to be happy and be content even when other people have more. That's okay as well. It's a personal perspective for you. I'll show you what I keep that reminds me of this, because I have met so many specifically content creators, because that's the circles that I run in. And the first thing they did when they found success was they go and buy a sports car. They go and buy a really big mansion. They go and get a really expensive gym membership. They go and start eating at, 300, 400 pound a plate steakhouses every night. And then like a year from then or 2 years from them, they are just really bitter people. I have met way too many people like that. They suck. Don't like them. Don't vibe with them. Don't get on with them. But this is what I keep on my desk on the side. And I'm not showing you this to show off. I'm not showing you this in an I'm holier than thou, better than you level of anything, okay? I keep this here because it gives me a perspective that I can fall back onto whenever I get annoyed at stuff, okay? This is a plastic tub filled with 1p coins. And the reason I keep this is because when I was working as a mechanic, when I was working with the Navy, when I was working as a martial arts instructor, or when I was working at the trampoline park, or when I was doing teaching, or when I was working retail, when I was doing any of the jobs I was doing, I would take the bus to work. I would rent a small room in a small place. I would take the bus to work. And there were days when I was paying for the bus with literal pennies. Like, I didn't have a 50p coin. I didn't have a £1 coin. I didn't have a £2 coin. I would literally have to scrape together pennies, bags of pennies that I arranged into pounds. Bags that I physically wrote numbers on to show how much money was in this single bag of pennies. And I would keep them because these would get me to work. And now I don't need to do that. But this reminds me, and it's very important, that I keep this to remind me that no matter how much I achieve, I have solved the problem of needing to pay for the bus. I don't need to carry bags of pennies on me anymore. That is one problem I have solved. And when something irritates me, oh God, my Warhammer order is a day late. Oh my goodness, I can't believe there's no reduced steak in Tesco's. Oh my God, I'm so angry that I've ran out of tea bags. Okay. But I don't need to gather bags of pennies anymore. That's something I'm happy with. That's something I fall back on. I'm okay with that. That's cool. I've solved that problem. That gives me a bit of perspective. The problems I've got now, yeah, they exist, but they're above that. I have solved that. I'm not doing that anymore. So how does this relate to the dude's issues? Let's loop it back. You're going to have problems that other people are going to look at and say, well, they're not real problems because they don't affect them. If the other person has far less than you and can't understand why you're worrying about something that's so far beyond them it's trivial, or someone has far more than you and can't look back and understand that you're worrying about something that to them is trivial. No matter which perspective other people are looking at you from, they are not going to care because either you are too rich compared to them for them to care, or you are too poor from them compared to care. So you need to look at the situations that you are in compared to the situations that you have been in before. Look at the problems you have already solved. Look at the situations you've already been through and say, right, what is the best thing I can do for the future of this now? And when you go to people for advice, understand that those people will offer you advice based on the situations that they understand and that they are in as well. This is why so many older people, when you ask them for help, the first thing they do is tell you why you're wrong. They tell you why they wouldn't need help at all. They tell you they would pull themselves up by their bootstraps. Which, random fact, is the opposite of what it actually matters to do. Have you ever heard the saying, pull yourself up by your bootstraps? Because it is not, believe it or not, the actual saying. Let's have a look. The original idea is that it is possible to, when someone says pull yourself up by your bootstraps, what they mean is lift yourself out of your own problems. Be your own solution. Effectively, grab yourself and pull yourself out the mud. That's the kind of thing. But it was originally a different saying. Let's see if I can find it. I think it was originally meant to be a bit of a sarcastic joke. And it was in the 1800s. Why can a man not lift himself up by pulling his own bootstraps? Effectively, why can't you sit on a chair, grab the underside of the chair, and lift yourself up? Well, physically can't do it. It's a thing that you can't do. To pull yourself up by your bootstraps is a thing that you cannot do. And now people are saying, oh, I did this, you should do it as well. It is okay to ask for help. And it is okay to help someone else without judging them. Once the help has been provided, happily have a conversation with them about how they can avoid getting into that situation again. Best way to do it. Right, more questions we had. There was a thing beyond that. Oh, the customer is always right in matters of taste. That's how it means, in matters of taste. Some of you may know or be able to tell that I spent many years of my life working in retail. Anyone else in the chat worked in retail? Anyone else know that the customer is very, very rarely right? The customer is, if anything, mostly wrong, almost all the time. And that saying, the customer is always right, has been the bane of retail workers since it was originally kind of inscribed. And the complete saying is, in matters of taste, the customer is always right. Which basically means if a customer walks in and goes, I would like a red car, then their taste of the color red is right for them. What the customer can't walk in and say is, technically, I have used ChatGPT to work out my legal rights, and you must give me a refund on this cake I bought 2 years ago. And then you go, well, that's not how this works. And they go, well, the customer is always right. No, they're not. They're very rarely right, because you don't work in retail, and so you haven't had to go through the training to do it. That's not how this works. Yeah. Customer's always right is a terrible, terrible, terrible saying. And have you noticed only ever kind of invoked by arseholes? You never get a really, really nice customer who's working with you on some kind of problem, and at the end, when they're like, thank you, you're like, well, yeah, the customer is always right, and we've worked together on this. I'm like, yeah, you know what? You were right on this time. Fantastic. We did that. Teamwork. It's always an arsehole. As soon as someone says it, you're like, haha, this is like a massive red flag. There's like a klaxon going off that I immediately know about. I mean, yeah, the worker isn't always right either. Let's be clear. Clown, absolutely. The worker isn't always right either. Sometimes people make mistakes. The problem is when someone comes in with the energy of, I am right, therefore you will listen to me, simply on account of me being in this position within this connection. That's not how that works either. Half-remembered quotes. Imitation is the sincerest form of flattery that mediocrity can pay to greatness. We also do need to remember, and this is a really interesting one, correct me if I'm wrong on this. There are sayings that are sometimes retroactively changed. So the most famous one is, you may remember that people say blood is thicker than water. And what they mean is family connection is stronger than non-family connection. However, someone will then come to you and say, well, actually, the full saying is the blood of the covenant is thicker than the water of the womb. Which means bonds made by choice and entered into voluntarily are actually stronger than bonds made through birthright or connection or no choice. However, is that saying actually a more modern one which has been retroactively fitted to make the original saying change again? Let me just double check that. Right. Because people always say, oh, fun fact, the actual full phrase is this. But it's one of those things where people hear it, then they find out the real reason, then they go back and find out the real reason, and actually it's kind of lost to time at some point. I mean, the Oxford Dictionary has the earliest one being blood is thicker than water. It's one of those invented folklore myths where they say, well, actually, the saying means the opposite to what it means. You cannot step into the same river twice, for you are not the same man, and it is not the same river. Classic one. A more truthful version to err is human, to blame someone else is even more human. That's true. That's the true one right there. All of this presumes there's some kind of, proper phrase to sum up. This also assumes that the original phrase that we find is also the truest and most genuine version of that phrase, which is also not correct. Does water under the bridge have an opposite meaning? It's like people will use apology so they can forego putting into effort and sympathy. Yes, absolutely, they will. An apology is a start. It is an opening. It's an inception point. It's not necessarily the end point of it as well. The classic curiosity killed the cat, but satisfaction. The thing is, you can also find sayings that contradict each other. Many hands make light work, but too many cooks spoil the broth. So lots of people helping is good compared to lots of people helping is bad. When actually it's more of a specific kind of context, situation-related thing. You have to find out. People always say jack of all trades, master of one, though better a master of none, or something like that. That's a good saying. Everyone wants a village, but nobody wants to be a villager. You have to think about famous ones. I mean, the modern famous saying is, I've got soul, but I'm not a soldier, which is a very interesting saying because you can combine it with, like, I've got the runs, but I'm not a runner. That works as well. You can actually find lots of different things where this works, and you can make anything sound kind of wise and prophetic by just working out the best way to make a saying. Yeah, the killers. I think one of my favorite modern philosophers, a guy called Keatings, said, life is a roller coaster, just got to ride it. And I thought he gets it. He absolutely, totally gets it. He understands that's how deep this is going to be. Give a man a fish, he'll eat for a day, but teach a man to fish, and he will waste an evening. Best way to do it. So yeah, sayings like this, don't try and work out, because people always do this thing. They always do that. They do that, well, actually it means this, because this is older thing, because someone told them they heard that. But then that might not be true either. Do you guys want to know a really interesting philosophical thing? It's a psychological thing, I suppose. You ever heard of a thing called the anchoring fallacy? I find the anchoring fallacy absolutely fascinating. If you are presented with two contradicting points of information, you will believe whichever one you are presented with first. It's really weird. You anchor your beliefs to that. If someone comes along to you and says, hey, this means this, you'll go, oh, okay. And if someone else then comes along and goes, actually, this means this, part of your brain will straight away go, no, it doesn't. You don't listen to their explanation, priming them. The primary source bias straight away is, no, I was told differently. And you think that the thing that told you first was right. And it's very difficult to convince people otherwise. The famous saying that I think is true with this one is, it's very easy to trick someone. It's very hard to convince someone they've been tricked. Because to trick someone, to tell them something that's wrong. To convince them they've been tricked, you must convince them that the thing they have been told was wrong. And people don't want to admit that they have been told something that is wrong. Because then they have to admit that they are fallible, that they are human. They make mistakes as well. How many of us know people who will defend something, to the death that you know is wrong, that they know is wrong? Because admitting that they are wrong is harder than defending something they know is wrong. I know people like that all the time. I'll give you a great example, and I'm sure many of you have heard this said before. When you were a child, did you ever discover a mistake that an adult had made and point it out to them? Did that adult ever respond with annoyance at having that mistake pointed out? Did they ever say the famous line, you always have to be right, don't you? Because at that point, they should be appreciative of the fact that you have brought them correct information. You respect them enough to want them to have correct information. And yet when presented with correct information, they have to then reconcile the fact that they've been propagating incorrect information, which makes them look foolish in their eyes. So instead of admitting that mistake, they will simply admonish anyone that brings them information that believes the opposite. It still happens. It still very much happens. If you can find someone who believes something and then convince them that something else is true, it is very difficult to change your mind. Remarkably difficult. People will dig their heels in. People will fortify and bunker down into a position before even considering changing their mind, because changing their mind means admitting they were wrong. And people do not like saying that. You have excuses for your actions. No, I have reasons for my actions. That's very true. It's totally okay to say you've been tricked, to not believe stuff. Yes. Every society has a norm about saving face. Yeah, without a doubt. It's good to be open-minded, but don't open your mind so much your brain falls out. There's a level of critical thinking that we need to have here. Sounds like I have a lot of bad experiences. I've met a lot of people. And unfortunately, when you meet a lot of people, you're forced to engage with a lot of different types of people. And people, generally, you want to think good things about them. You want to give them the benefit of the doubt, but then they go along and prove you wrong. That is true. An open mind is like a fortress with its gates unguarded and unbarred. I mean, Tim Minchin had the song, if you open your mind too much, your brain will fall out. Classic one. I mean, you've got to go through it all. But that's part of maturing. It's part of growing up. Part of growing up is realizing that people aren't always right, and it's okay to reevaluate your beliefs. That's fine. I'm just reading all of your interesting quotes. People, what a bunch of bastards is the best quote here. We can all agree with that specifically. But you know what? There's another one as well, is your problems postponed have a habit of solving themselves. That's because you don't really care about it anymore. Your parents are just bigger kids. Straight up, your parents are absolutely just bigger kids. There's a point where when you are having a childish argument with a child, you kind of expect it because they are a child. But when you have a childish argument or a discussion with an adult, that's confusing. That's worrying. That's when you're like, what? Hang on, how's this going? What's happening here? This isn't meant to be the way this conversation goes. Oh, we've got deep, haven't we? Well, we're going to talk about something interesting before this. We've got pennies, buses, then other stuff. You have turned into your dad as a parent, not ideal. I think every parent thinks they're doing the right thing and tries. You're the adult in this. Have you ever been? There's a moment in life. Have you ever been in a situation where you have needed an adult and a child has looked at you and you've realized you are the adult? Josh, you've changed. Yes, I've got older. That's true. My hair is a tad more grey than it was before. That's going to happen. But remember, as the famous philosopher Collins once said, in learning, you will teach, and in teaching, you will learn. Very important lesson from the film Tarzan there. Anyway, this is me solving your problems, not just ranting about mine. Can I resell your free advice as my own? Please do. Advice is a form of nostalgia, of taking the past, painting over the cracks, and recycling it for more than it's worth. That is a line from the Baz Luhrmann remix of the essay Everybody's Free to Wear Sunscreen, which is a brilliant song that I would recommend you listen to. And it is very true. Advice is nostalgia. That's what it is. What are my problems? I've got too many boxes of Warhammer to paint. I've got too many video games to play. I've got too much free time. I've got too much stuff. And I know you're all thinking, wow, he is really suffering. But honestly, in general, I'm actually pretty content with what I've got. I'm pretty content with the things that I have around. I'm content with the level that I've reached. I've still got ambitions. I've still got ideas. I still want to do theatre shows. I still want to do films. I still want to play, RuneScape. I still want to challenge myself and travel around different countries and meet different people. I still want to take on different challenges. Don't get me wrong. I've not stopped. I've not got to a point of comfort, because as they say, comfort is the enemy of ambition. But every time I start to feel discontent with anything, that's what I've got the bags of pennies around for. I don't need to do this anymore. So I've beat that. And I remember when that was important to me, I said to myself, if I ever get to the point in life where I don't need to worry about this, I will be pretty content. And that just reminds me to do that. I was, I think, remarkably content when I was able to walk into a supermarket, buy a bunch of food, and not need to check my bank account afterwards. That was when I felt the most comfortable. I walked in, I put food in my basket, I paid for it, I used my card, I walked out. And the first time I ever did that, and I stopped and I went, I don't need to check my bank account now. That's good. This is a level of freedom and a level of safety that has kind of satiated me. So yeah, having money, it alleviated that problem. And now I don't necessarily need a huge amount more. Obviously, everyone would like more. I don't need a lot more. Someone once told me to call problems opportunities. I went ahead and told them I had a drinking opportunity. Must have had 5 times super week. Oh, hell yeah. Well, we all did that with a student life. I think that so you can sometimes meet people that have a hell of a lot but are just not content with it at all. You ever met someone that's just got loads of stuff but just doesn't seem happy? Or people that just keep trying to do more stuff and yet never quite seem to be getting the level of contentment they've got? Stop working and become lazy. Don't have enough to retire. Worried about running out, but keep putting off working again. Human, that's an interesting one. That is exactly what we looked at earlier when we said that victory can defeat you. Comfort is the enemy of ambition. What do you want to do? People always ask me, Josh, what do you want to do? What do you want to do? I want to do theatre, I want to do film, I want to make board games, I want to make car games, I want to travel around the world, I want to meet people, I want to do live shows. I actually have a lot of people that come to me and say, we would like you to be at this convention. And I go, okay, what do you want me to do? And they say, well, nothing. That doesn't, I don't like that. I don't like going to a convention and doing nothing. I don't like just being paid to be somewhere. It kind of feels a bit too self-important. It kind of feels that I'm just kind of sat there going, well, I'm here now. Yeah, you should be thankful that I'm here at all. No, that seems, I want to do something while I'm there. I want to entertain, I want to create, I want to work on something. I don't want to be a decoration. It kind of sucks. I want to do something. You could serve drinks. I could serve drinks so well. I would indeed. I mean, put it this way. The PC that I'm using now is from Overclockers UK. Lovely bunch of people. They invited me to their headquarters. I've got a video on my main MMO channel called I became the most efficient MMORPG player. Overclockers basically reached out to me and said, hey Josh, we love your MMO videos. We want to build you a PC. I went, fantastic. And when I went to the Overclockers headquarters to meet the guys and to meet the team, I walked into the kind of reception, introduced myself, said hi to everyone, and then the guy was like, okay, it's going to be like 10 minutes. We're still building some bits. You'll be able to come and see it soon. I went, that's cool. Can I make myself a cup of tea? And he went, we'll find someone to make you a cup of tea. I went, no. Where's the kitchen? I will go and make myself a cup of tea. And there was a kind of moment he went, It's over there. I just, okay, walked in, kettle, tea bag, milk, sugar, cup. I can make a cup of tea. And I did that, and I kind of made a cup of tea, and I walked out, and I stood there with the cup of tea. And the guy behind reception went, content creators don't normally do that. And I'm like, well, why? Why not? Just show me where the things are that I can do. I know, I can make tea. It's incredible. It's absolutely incredible. It's not just a case of, yes, make me tea. Send someone to do it. Create someone. Did I offer him a cup? I offered the guy that was in there working. I'm like, mate, do you want to meet one as well? And he was like, no, he was doing something. But they were lovely. They were lovely. The point of this is it's totally okay to still want to do stuff for yourself. If you have enough money and enough comfort and enough privilege to be able to sit back and say, I want to do nothing now, what do you want to do? Like, what do you want to do? I guess I just feel bad if people wait on me. I think it's weird. British man makes tea, breaking fork found in kitchen. Very true. Do you take your tea shaken or stirred? Blended, actually. I chuck the entire tea bag into a blender, spin it around, drink the leaves and everything. Drink the tea dust. I was at an event and I got given a runner. They were like, hey, this guy's your runner. He's going to get you whatever you need. And the dude was really cool. He's like, what do you need? I'm like, where is the bottles of water? Just show me. And he went over and he went, here's your big bottles of water. And I went, okay, cool. Go and enjoy the convention. And he looked at me and he was like, but I'm your runner. I'm like, you show me where the water is. That's fine. Go and enjoy your convention. Do British people ever roll up tea bags to smoke? Trick question. Every morning we swallow one. As a follow-up to things I want to do, play Magic and travel cost money, but I need to be frugal and not waste money. This is true. I saw a comment on YouTube a few days ago. Comment on a video of New World. And someone responded to the video I made about New World. And they said, can't believe I just bought and enjoyed this. What a waste. And I responded saying, how long have you played it for? And they were like, about 2 years. And this is what's worrying me about continuing to cover MMORPGs. I will do it, but this is what worries me about it. People see their gaming time as investment, which they should not do. People think that when they play a video game, they are investing into their future, which is not a healthy or smart position to be in. If you buy a video game and you play it and you enjoy it, and then that game shuts down, yeah, that sucks, don't get me wrong, but you have never had an investment. This has never been an investment. This was a hobby that you enjoyed that may or may not continue. How would you feel if you went to go and see a live band and then a week after you saw them live, they announced they were splitting up? Would you be there going, my investment in that band is ruined? If you went to a really nice restaurant and you had a lovely meal at the restaurant and then a month later the restaurant shuts down, would you there going, my investment in that restaurant is ruined? Well, no, because you knew that you were paying for an experience that would at some point end. You know that when you play an MMORPG or a game, at some point it's going to end. I'm happy I experienced it. Don't get me wrong, it sucks that it's shut down. That's not a fun thing, but it's also not an investment. And I think, and this was something we were talking about at length yesterday, people are looking for games, specifically MMORPGs, to replace their life. They want to no longer put time and energy and invest into themselves. They want to replace themselves with a digital persona, with a game. They want to invest into that instead. They want that to be the thing that has value and maintains a level of stability. And when that goes away, they see that their time into it has been wasted because their time was never about playing the game. Their time was about becoming the game. That's what it was. People forget that it's okay for an experience to end. Like, imagine that you read all of the Lord of the Rings books, and at the end you finish the Lord of the Rings Return of the King, you close the book and you're like, well, that's a wasted investment. I invested all my time into reading those books and now it just ends. What a stupid investment. No, because it's okay for art, for a hobby. It is okay for a process of enjoyable experience to end. Sometimes it's good if it does. Well, have you read the Silmarillion? No, I have not. I've also not read The Children of Hurin. Got it, but I haven't read it. You're playing Lord of the Rings online for 18 years, and each year I fear the game will shut down. One day it will. One day it totally will shut down, and that's okay. It's going to suck, but it's okay for art to end. It would be great if it stays available, because I believe in the Stop Killing Games initiative, but I also don't think that it is the responsibility of art to replace your life. Yeah, Lord of the Rings Online is a great game. I've spoken to some of the people that have made it. They are lovely people that are super passionate about the game. In fact, some of them reached out to me after I made my worst MMO ever Lord of the Rings Online episode, and they responded saying, hey, it was really nice to see you guys notice some of the stuff that we were doing. Really glad you had a good time in it. And I did have a good time. I don't think it's the best, but I had a good time. Game of Thrones. Okay, Game of Thrones, the TV show, didn't have the best ending. Bit of an understatement, but we'll just stick with that. People have said to me they feel bad about investing in the first few seasons because the final seasons were bad. And I'm like, you never invested. You watched them. You experienced them. They are still, taken in isolation, good. Seasons 1 to 5, Game of Thrones, top notch. Seasons 1 to 5 of Supernatural, top notch. Phenomenal. Some people had their soul crushed, though. If you are putting your soul into artwork made by somebody else and giving them full creative control over it, you are being way too fast and loose with your soul. You are invested in your feelings, absolutely, which is why it's totally okay to be annoyed at a project not going the way you want it to, but unless you have complete power and creative control over it, it is dangerous to give someone or something else that much power over you. Staying with something you don't enjoy just to protect your investment. That's a really good point. How many of you have continued watching TV shows or reading books or specifically playing MMORPG games long past the point you actually enjoyed them because you were continuing to invest and had invested into them? Because they were no longer a game that you played, they were simply a part of the personality that you now had. Why do people think it's an investment? Because people put far too much time into it and they don't want to admit that the time they put into something doesn't necessarily have value. It's okay to play something, to enjoy it, and to move on. When people message me saying, have you quit whatever game they want to mention, they message me because they haven't seen me play it in a while. And I turn around and I say, no, I haven't quit. I'm just doing other things. Because people find it very difficult if they invest into a thing, like a game. They find it difficult that other people can enjoy something without investing. Like, I can enjoy a process without emotionally committing to it. If you want, yeah, that's a great line. If you want to hate a game, try to 100% it. Have I quit Warframe? No. I downloaded Warframe again in order to get footage for the video that I was making and ended up wasting like 3 hours just playing it. It was great fun. I had a good time. You don't have to finish a game. You don't have to continue doing any process that you don't enjoy doing. There is, and this is when nuance just breaks down and media literacy is terrible. People, when I say something like, You don't have to continue a process that you don't enjoy. People message me going, but Josh, at the start of this conversation, you said that pacing is important and things can start slow and you might not necessarily get to the good bit of something right away. To which I respond, yeah, you have to get that there's nuance and subtlety and specifics to this. I don't necessarily enjoy the first episode of Firefly, but I understand that it's important in the narrative setup and the construction of it. It's so... People like to take what you say and then just immediately flip it around. Give me a sec. I've seen this comment in his Twitch stream so many times. King, what are you saying? Yes, I see you are not playing this game. Why have you quit that game forever? Pacing is which first episode? Oh, I'm sorry, Shamus. I'm sorry. Are we talking about whether it's the DVD-specific episode order or the order they were shown on TV, which was wrong? Are we talking about the fact that when they were shown on TV, the first episode was the one where Mal starts falling into camera, effectively shot by the kind of guys that are boarding the ship to steal the things off him because the ship has fallen down, is drifting in space? Or the fact that the first episode is actually the train heist that you should watch? Oh yeah! Don't come at me with your which episode of Firefly happens first question. They could all happen in any order. That's a really weird thing about the first and only season of Firefly. You could completely flip the episodes around. And yeah, so Firefly on TV actually aired in the wrong order. Start with the movie. No, don't do that. Finish with the movie. Finish with Serenity. That's fine. Start with season 2. I didn't mind Serenity. I thought it was fine. It was okay. Avatar fans, movie or show first? Avatar is a weird series because the anime is really good. I really liked Legend of Aang and The Legend of Korra. I thought they were fantastic. The film kind of comes out of left field a bit and is about tall blue aliens trying to defend their planet against humanity. I struggled to follow the plot from the anime to the film. It's going to be there somewhere. Like, consider it like this. Have you ever seen Clash of the Titans? Clash of the Titans, pretty cool film. Have you ever seen We Were Titans? Or The Last of the Titans? Or Wrath of the Titans? That is a very difficult to follow quadrilogy because it changes genre pretty substantially. Especially if you do the prequel Teen Titans. Remember the Titans, Attack on Titan, Titan AE. It's all there. If you watch Attack on Titan, Titan AE, and then Remember the Titans, it somehow forms a trilogy. Don't ask me how. There's probably some kind of redemption arc in there somewhere. But I think we can all agree that Titan AE was one of the best, most underrated Titan-based films. Especially because It's My Turn to Fly and Cosmic Castaway are bangers of songs. Just absolutely phenomenally good songs. Yeah. Titan AE was an underrated film that you should go and watch right now. Immediately. Yeah, Titan AE is a gem. It's My Turn to Fly, especially in the scene where they're actually flying through the nebula clouds and Kale is piloting the ship with Corso kind of guiding him at the same time. And at the very end, Corso kind of... It's a good film. I like that film a lot. Matt Damon lost in space. Yeah, you know what? It did. Titan AE was the very first Matt Damon is lost and we must get him back. There is an entire genre of film which is we must rescue Matt Damon. You don't realize it until you sit back and look, but it's a genre of film. There are genres of films based on actors. One of them is The Rock is in a jungle. If you want to make a The Rock is in a jungle film, you can. He's got the costume already. You can then make a Matt Damon is lost film and then go and get him back. That will also work. What other kind of genres of films are there? Hugh Grant is a bit of a bumbling buffoon. That is a whole genre of film. If you want to make a film where Hugh Grant is a bit of a bumbling buffoon, you can write that. Jason Statham needs to kill someone. That's a film. That's a whole genre of film. You want to sit down and you say, right, we need a film where Jason Statham kills someone. There will be some executive somewhere going, it's never been done, do it. Sean Bean dies in a meaningful way. Tom Cruise runs. Yeah, that's it. Tom Hardy is in this film, but you won't realize until the end. That's a good one. There's an entire genre of film as well, which is Johnny Depp and Helena Bonham Carter are a bit weird. That's a genre. There's an entire genre of film which is Johnny Depp and Helena Bonham Carter are in a film which for some reason will be obsessed over by the slightly weird goth girl in school. That's what it'll be. Steven Seagal is a former Special Forces op. That's a genre. It shouldn't be, but my God, it's a genre. It really is. Oh, I could watch Steven Seagal films all day, especially with the specific reviews of that. What was that quote? You've never seen a man fatly run around a corner, but that's the only way you can describe what he does. Steven Seagal is a guy that has convinced people that he knows martial arts. Like, I don't want to anger him. In his heyday, he could absolutely beat me in a fight. Like, I'm not even going to pretend that he could. You know, I couldn't take Steven Seagal in his heyday. Now, and I've not trained in a long time, I'd fancy my chances now. Jack Black is Jack Black. Yeah, that's another genre of film. There is an entire genre of film. It was a video game, but now it makes no sense. That's an entire genre of film. Mario Bros, Street Fighter, Uncharted, Alone in the Dark, Silent Hill. That's a whole thing. It was a video game, but now it's bad. I'm loving the fact we can just come up with so many different genres of films. Ooey ball and tax dodging. That's what it is. Don't you dare slander the 1994 Street Fighter movie. This war is not about your personal vendetta. It's about mine. That's a line in the film, which I'll be honest actually goes really hard. That's a cool line. Stallone and Schwarzenegger form an unusual alliance. It is. This has kind of got away from advice. I'm no longer giving you advice. We're now just talking about films, which, don't get me wrong, is great. But I feel that I can help you. I feel I can help you more. So, some of you may need to go to professional therapists. Some of you may need to go to professional, doctors and physicians. But if you can't do that, you could always do the second best thing, which is ask a content creator for help. That's what I'm here for. May I ask a question? Yes. Is there a genre for book films that are in name only? Oh, like Aragon and stuff. What do I do if my friend puts the milk in first while making tea? Delphi, they're not your friend. They're a spy. So there's actually a reason for this. Again, this might be one of those weird backronym things where someone has retroactively found a reason for this. Mugs and cups and crockery used to be relatively kind of weak and feeble and break quite easily, especially the dainty, delicate china. So you would put the milk in first and then put the boiling water in afterwards, which would immediately cool the water down and not shatter the porcelain or the china, because it was a dainty, delicate, expensive mug. But when you had the good stuff that wasn't going to break, you could put the hot water in first as a bit of a fancy show-off thing, and then the milk in afterwards. Because that made it taste more like tea and less like boiled milk. Because if you put the milk in first and then the water, it tastes a bit more like boiled milk. Whereas if you put the water and the tea bag in first and then the milk, it tastes more like tea with a milky aftertaste. I don't know if that's true, but I heard it, and therefore, because of the anchoring fallacy, I'm going to assume it's true. And when someone comes along and tells me, that's not true, I'm going to say to them, yes, it is. I heard another way first, because I am not immune to that fallacy either. I thought you were supposed to warm your teapot and cups with hot water while brewing the tea. What Edwardian novel do you live in where you do that? Here's the thing I want to chat about. Have you ever met people who do stuff or talk about stuff that is so needlessly overly complicated that you question how much free time they actually have? And you actually have to ask yourself, do you live in Downton Abbey to do this? Have you ever seen, like, for example, a friend of mine owns like a leather sofa, and they have leather cleaning stuff, and it says you use this special leather cleaning thing every 2 weeks. And then they also make sure they clean the microwave every week. But then they also make sure that they do this special vinyl care thing in the garage every 5 days. And I'm like, how do you do this? How do you keep up with all of the stuff that you're meant to be able to do? Right, what has Faceless just said? The entire Linux community. Yeah, it's true. My goodness, an anonymous gifter, thank you very much. Remarkably kind of you. The amount of... I'm so used to watching VODs of streams, I tried to pause. Josh, you can't pause me now. I'm live. I'm sat here right now giving you all this information. With the power of lying. That's what it is. Have you ever met people who have different kind of home decorations based on the seasons? Like... I've had friends, I've met people who have said, oh, I'm going to put away the summer decorations and get out the winter decorations. What are we doing? Just put a decoration on the side and then forget about it. That's what everyone else does. Nobody... What? Okay, that's fine. If you want to do that, full respect for it, but I don't get it. I don't understand it. My Christmas tree is still up in my kitchen because I didn't want to put it in the living room because I don't go into the living room often and I wanted to see the tree. So it's currently in the kitchen, which I go into more. There are 2 decorations currently hanging on the tree. One of them is a felted dinosaur from Tesco. The other is a plastic croissant from Tesco. It's still up. People will say to me, is that a Christmas tree? I will say, no, it's not Christmas. It's just a tree with a dinosaur and a croissant on it. That sounds insane, but I will put a picture on Twitter to prove that this is real. I just don't understand how people have so much free time to do superfluous stuff. Fair play to it. If you've got that time, great. I'm glad that you enjoy doing that. I am happy for you. I cannot do that. How will that make it sound less insane? No, is Die Hard a Christmas movie? Yes. It's about a man reconnecting with his wife at a difficult time in his life. That is the most Christmassy theme ever made. Thank you for the customer at Tesco. They sold 2 decorations I wanted, so obviously I bought them. Is Lethal Weapon a Christmas movie? Haven't seen it in a while, can't remember. Just never take your decorations down. It's not a Christmas tree then, it's just a tree. It doesn't need to be a Christmas tree, it's just a tree. Your grandma did this, we have totes full of each season's decorations. And you're like, oh, it's the first of the month. Let's take this down and get this back up. Okay, cool. I'm glad that you do that. I'm glad that people... Look, I don't know how to explain it, but Lord of the Rings is a Christmas movie. It's got that vibe. Is Iron Man 3 a Christmas film? Does it happen at Christmas? Yeah. If it is, then yes. I have been dealing with health anxiety. Thought it was minor. Thoughts spiraled. I am doing well, but would like advice on handling this better. If you are having any kind of actual medical issues, go and talk to a doctor. Just go to the pharmacy. Go to someone qualified to solve that problem, especially if you have banged your head. Any kind of bump in the head, you go and talk to someone that is qualified for that. Is this stream a Christmas movie? It could be. If me, a big city... Am I a big city boy or... in a Christmas movie, like a Hallmark Christmas film, am I the country boy or the city girl? Because I live in the country. And I can ride horses. I have ridden a horse before. But I also work on the internet. So, am I the big city girl boss? I'm the city girl in this. Maybe this needs to be a Christmas story of a city boy who works on the internet, going to a ranch and meeting a country girl who rides horses and tractors and all that kind of stuff. Do I need to poll this? Okay. We can poll this. Let's work this out. Am I the city girl or country boy in a Hallmark Christmas movie? You have 5 minutes. Yeah, because obviously in the Hallmark Christmas movies, it's always the high-flying city girl with the energetic job goes to a small town, village, country, in the middle of nowhere, the boonies, the sticks kind of thing, and she meets a handsome, muscular dude who teaches her the true meaning of Christmas. That kind of thing. I'm a skater boy. Well, she did actually indeed say, "See you later, boy." You're the guy who gives the main character advice before the final reunion. Thanks, I'll take that. That's an important part of the movie. People forget that. Is it Panta? What if we 50-50 this? If we 50-50 this, then I have to make a crap Christmas movie with some other content creators. That's what we will do next year. I will book out like November or September to give us editing time. Just play both roles. I'll get Kadikarus to do the voiceover, and we'll have Up Is Not Jump play the girl. That'll call Ashens, we'll make it work. That can happen. I know the people. I know the people to make that work. You both meet online in an MMORPG. Christmas in the queue. Something like that. And it's just an MMORPG. We're queuing up for a dungeon, but we are the only people there. He was a tank. She was a healer. They didn't have enough damage. Together, they'll celebrate Christmas in the queue. Something like that. Oh, good. We're at nearly 50-50. That's fine. We'll make it work. Can we ask Henry Cavill to replace you as a double in the action scenes? We'll use him as a double, but only from behind, so you never actually know if it's him or not. Looking for Christmas. LFC. This is perfect. Oh, yeah, that could work. Looking for Christmas. I could message Ashens right now and be like, I've got an idea. Don't say no immediately. There's a lot of people that I could contact and be like, listen, I know that you regret giving me your phone number, but I've got an idea. We'll have Ben Starr do the voiceover. We'll get Neil Newman doing some kind of motion capture for it. This could work. This could really work. The bad guy in the movie can try to steal the girl because he has more DKP. No, he has over 1 million power level. Like in those really crappy mobile game ads where they're like, I can't believe you've got 1 million power. Yeah, well, I've got 50 million power. I kind of want to meet someone in real life like that. Have you ever seen those mobile phone adverts where it's people meeting and they judge themselves based on the power level they have on their phones on a game? Imagine actually meeting somebody like that. We could get Tom Scar to do it. He hates Christmas. Yes, brilliant. We're in. It can start with, in a world logged into from another world. 2 players. We've got to write this down now. I think we've stuck onto something. Isn't that Ready Player One? Yeah, pretty much, but this would be good. The movie has to start with the world premiere. 1 man joins a 5-man raid. Ready Player Christmas. What, I mean, a Christmas carol? How do we make the word carol gamified? This can work. We can make this. We're getting Kadikarus involved. He's somehow involved. 5 people team up looking for Christmas, but they're all healers. Christmas love. The female lead's name is Carol. Clip it and ship it. We've done. Someone get Netflix on the phone right now. A Christmas Carol. It's just about a woman called Carol. Where's the game coming in? Where's the game? We call it... The main dude's name is Chris. Okay. The poll has ended. And I am the city girl by 1. The poll has ended. 155 votes for the city girl, 154 votes for the country boy. We might need... I think we need to get somebody involved in this. I think somebody needs to help us make a Christmas film. Let me just have a look through. I know film directors. We can get... Yep, we can get... This is going to happen. This is happening next year. Josh, can you recommend some movie shows with decent high fantasy combat? You know what? Let's go classic. Merlin. There we go. It's Chris Mass. That's what it is. Uses streamer millions to fund his own movie. I don't think there has ever historically been a vanity project that a streamer has got involved in that's gone badly. I think we're in pretty solid hands there if we do that. We get Merlin involved. There we go. It's the year 3056. The MMORPG market is World of Warcraft, Final Fantasy XIV, Star Wars, old school RuneScape. That'll work. DashCon went exactly as planned. DashCon gave us all of the videos of DashCon. What is that accent? That's the movie guy accent. Ancient school RuneScape. That was the movie guy accent that does the voiceovers for all the... What about RuneScape 3? That's still struggling on. It's still alive, but it's kind of going there eventually. DashCon gave us the ball pit. Never forget the DashCon ball pit. DashCon was good, considering it was organized by a teenager. Yeah, okay, let's give them that. They organized a convention. They changed internet culture. I'll tell you what I'm into at the minute is I love just listening to drama videos while I'm either painting Warhammer or trying to fall asleep. And I got very into the Age of Scorpius book talk drama. I was so into that. I know far too much about that. I've never watched an episode of Bar Rescue, but through the YouTube videos of Andy King, I feel that I've watched all of Bar Rescue. I feel that I know a lot about that show now. Anyone else just fall into these, rabbit holes of stuff that's going on? And I'm sat there thinking, I don't really care about any of this, but I'm going to watch all of it. That's what inspired me to open this bar here. Yes. Yes, it is. And the DashCon 2 organizers. Yes. DashCon 2, because I watched the Strange Aeons video on it, which was a phenomenally good video. First time ever actually managed to catch a stream. Hello there, friends. Hello there, Nerd Bunny MTG. I'm going to guess you're involved in some kind of Magic the Gathering of. What's your favorite Magic card? Answer carefully. There's one correct answer. We're waiting. Strange Aeons is a phenomenally good video creator, without a doubt. Yes. Cyclonic... Okay, someone has just said Cyclonic Rift. That's not a bad choice. That's not... Dark Magician, that's another one. Sorrow's Path. Are we doing this? Are we really making people choose which one they're going to specifically block? Inkai's Servant of Oni is a good one. I'm glad no one said island. Yeah, they would have had to leave. Notice how nobody is... Thanks, Typical. You said island. We were really cool up until then. Everyone was having a really fun time. And you went, ho ho, ho ho ho. I'm going to bring the counterspells into this. No, right. Elesh Norn Grand Cenobite. Amazing card. Got a copy upstairs. She is lovely. Black Lotus. Yeah, the standard one. We know that. What else are we going for? Teferi Time Reveler. Who hurt you? This is nice. I'm working out. My favourite MG card is Balin the Haymaker. That is a good card. I enjoy Balin the Haymaker. They're fun. Isn't that the one that you can tap tokens in order to do stuff? Yeah, you tap your tokens to make things like draw cards or add mana or something. It's something to do with tapping tokens. That's the one. All right, Ulamog the Ceaseless Hunger. We're getting some good named cards. I'll tell you the best Magic the Gathering card. It's a card called Shoving Match. If you've never seen Shoving Match, Google Shoving Match. It's fantastic. It is probably... I'm going to Google it right now so I can talk you through it. It is probably the best card. All right. Magic the Gathering Shoving Match. It is an instant. It is phenomenally good. It gives every single character on the field, every creature, an ability. The ability they get is tap this creature to tap another target creature. And all of them get that. But of course, you need to do that in response to being tapped. So you tap yours to tap somebody else's. They, in response, tap that to tap something else. They, in response, tap that to tap something else. They, in response, tap that to tap something else. You end up with every card on the field tapped. It's brilliant. Josh will subtly adjust what advice he gives you and how he gives it to you based on your favorite Magic the Gathering card. I actually will. Okay, hang on. That's true. Let's work out like a generic piece of advice. And then we'll work out how we would deliver it to each color of Magic. So what's like a generic piece of advice? Someone ask a generic question that needs generic advice. Like a super easy, super basic, very simple, very direct question that we can then... How do I find love? That's a great question. How do I find love? Let's work it out. So if we were to give this to a primarily Magic the Gathering white player, it would have to be something like, you find love through the support of yourself. And by increasing your own life, you will have more life to give. There we go. Because people who play white cards are going to want to gain lots of life. That's what it's going to be. I think that works. Maybe you could say to them, it's enchanting, because there's an enchantment theme going on there. Maybe we say to them, you may never find love, but you may find a token version of love. Just to take into account the white weenie decks that ran rampant in the mid-2000s. How would we give it to a player that primarily plays black cards? Well, we'd have to say to them that love is sacrifice. Love is pain. Love is demonic. Love is about using your own power and finding the strength within yourself. That's what it would be. because that's all about hurting yourself in order to achieve, to push forward. How do we say that it's, you know, to a green player? We'd have to say that love is cultivated over time, and given enough cultivation, given enough abundant growths, eventually you may achieve a giant growth. That would work. We're getting there. We're really getting there. For red players, you would say that love is tapping something so hard that it doesn't untap during its controller's next untap step, because you are exerting yourself so much. We're getting there. And if you're a blue player, you don't deserve that. And that's how you would give the advice of how do you find love to every Magic the Gathering player. I think all of the full color players would actually appreciate that's exactly how it goes. Can I be a teal player? No. You have to commit to one of the 5 colors and then go. Love has been counterspelled with blue. With a blue player, love is on the stack, but they will respond to it. That's what they'll do. Love will keep 2 islands open. What about colorless? Love in colorless things is interesting because there's always 3 of them, and yet somehow there are 7 of them. That is a very specific reference that a few of you will get. I have no idea what you're saying. Fantastic. Thank you, Goth. I'm glad that you do not understand this in any way, shape, or form. But you're still here. I like this. This is good. This is good energy. You're still like, I'm going to stick around. I'm going to see what's going on. I'm going to see what's happening here. So this is, I'm a newbie. Is it okay to make your own color deck and add new custom cards and turn it to a tournament? No. You must use the cards that already exist. There are tens of thousands of them. Knowing nothing about Magic, it sounds pretty complex. Magic the Gathering is the most complicated, simple game. Every individual thing is simple. There's just hundreds of things. But what are we doing? Apart from, you know, talking about Magic, talking about Warhammer, love can feel lost. So it's the, yes, it is the path of exile of card games. It's totally okay to not know what's going on. Yu-Gi-Oh! No one has any idea what's going on with Yu-Gi-Oh! But the point of this stream, the idea, was that when I was playing Uncharted 4, I had a good time. We all had a good time. But I couldn't focus on you. I couldn't give you the time that you deserved. So this has been about getting to know you, giving you the advice you need, telling you the stories from my life. Dave, he's too busy talking about Magic. Yes, no one's had a drink yet, Dave. Nobody has been served. There is a queue. We poured a pint of Guinness about 4 hours ago, and I think we're still waiting for that to settle. So once that's sorted, we will get on to what everyone else is ready for. You're basically our friend now. That's true, man with the black hat. Welcome to the parasocial element. That's what it is now. We were talking earlier about how social media has become attention media, which has become parasocial media, which has become direct connection media, and all pushed into that. You've got a few job offers. Hello, Oku. Hopefully you're having a lovely day. Welcome to the stream. Can you give the love advice in Warhammer 40k faction style? Yes. So, if you ask the question, how do you find love? Which faction would you like it responded to? Like, you are a Warhammer 40k player. You ask the question, how do I find love? Orcs, you find love with Du Bois. That's a simple answer. It's a very simple answer. Necrons, you find love by rising again and again and again and again and again. You collect it. That's what it is. Dark Eldar, you should stop finding love. Because in attempting to do so, you have created many of the problems we are now facing. And you might need to stop, work on yourselves for a little bit. The Tao, you find love from a distance. Because as soon as love gets a bit too close to you, you don't know what to do with your hands. So you find it from far away, from observing. What else have we got? Is there a rule about how long the Guinness needs to settle? Yes, at least 4 hours. Mechanicus, you find love through an instruction manual. It will tell you exactly what to do. Follow it. Make sure you light some incense while doing it as well, and trust in everything that it says. Can you leverage everything you own and business contracts to arrange a Warhammer stream with Henry Cavill for charity? I think one of the Warhammer channels on YouTube tried to do that, and it was really difficult to find the time to do. The Gene Stealer cults. I think people love you because they think you're better than you are. And then when they spend some time with you, it's not what they expected. It's fun in like little bits. You know, you're fun with like Necromunda kind of things. Kill Team, absolutely fine. Ultramarines, you don't need to find love. People will love you anyway because you are right. The Tyranids, well, that's about absorbing everything you come into contact with and becoming the best version of yourself that can be loved by everyone. There we go. We've already said Necrons. Necrons are about just making sure that every time you fail, you get up again and again and again and again and again. And when you do find love, you capture it, you imprison it, you hold on to it, you store it, and you don't share it with anyone. Beautiful. There we go. Orcs we've already had. You find your love with Du Bois. Agents of the Imperium. There's no time for love. There. Unless it's the Emperor's love. In which case that will support them and go through them. Leagues of Voltan. I think people have to remember that you exist before they can love you. Leagues of Votan are the army that everyone's like, oh yeah, they're a thing. We forgot they made those. What's my favourite army to paint? Custodes, because you just slap some gold on them and you're good to go. My most hated army to paint is High Elves, because you have to undercoat them in white because they are brightly coloured, and then you paint them in blue, and if you get a tiny, tiny dot of blue on the wrong place, the elf just looks at you and goes, you fucked that up, didn't you? Maybe you get out the skull white and cover up your mistake, then paint the rest of me in green and gold and wood and metal, and I swear to God, if you get a single spot wrong, everyone will know. Whereas one of the easiest armies to paint is Astra Militarum. Little models there looking at you going, just spray paint me in Wraithbone, then slap on some green contrast. Get it everywhere. I don't care. Beautiful. That's how they go. What's the longest Magic the Gathering match you have experienced? I think that was caused by me, and it was done by me in order to protest against Commander, and that was my Solemnity Phyrexian Unlife lock. Josh sounds bitter about High Elves. I don't like painting them. I thought they would be fun. I thought it would be enjoyable, not fun. Didn't enjoy it. Not having a good time. What should I not do if I have to go to Northern England tomorrow? The North. Now, I am from an area in England called the Midlands. Now, the South is everyone too rich and too posh. And the North is everyone far too violent and far too common. The Midlands, however, absolutely perfect in every way. No one has ever done anything wrong in the Midlands. But the people to the North will assume that we are part of the South and therefore hate us. And the people to the South will assume that we are part of the North and therefore hate us. Which means the people in the Midlands are actually both as posh, as rich, and as toffee as the Southerners, and yet somehow also as arrogant and as, what's the best word, vitriolic as the Northerners. So everyone ends up hating kind of everyone, which is beautifully English. What you should do is you should go to the north, and if you need some food, don't go to Greg's. You need to ask a local for a Gales or a Pret-a-Manger, because they will understand what you mean, and they will direct you to the nearest Gales or the nearest Pret, and they will not judge you in any way. My advice, just in case you aren't from England, is bad. Gales and Pret are pretty much prevalent in London and in the South. Can you explain in Star Trek terms? It's kind of like going to the Klingon homeworld and asking if you can get a pint from 10 forward. As a man from Yorkshire living in London, oh, you must hate the cost of everything. Oh my God. If anyone asks a northerner where the nearest Pret is, you will be chased out the city by an angry mob with pitchforks. You will. And the great thing is, the mob didn't even go and get the pitchforks. They just have them ready. That's what they do. The North has not yet experienced mechanization. When it does, oh my goodness, they are going to steam ahead. I can't wait to see what Liverpool do when they invent steam. It's going to be great. I appreciate the fact your name is Bodger Badger. Do you have any mashed potato? What a specific reference. There's like 4 people that are going to get that. Do you guys want to know something? I have seen Bodger and Badger live when I was about 10. It was, and I remember this, the worst show I have ever seen. I was taken to see Bodger and Badger live by my gran. We were in Skegness. Oh yeah. And we went to a local theatre and we sat down and Bodger and Badger came on stage and there were about 5 people in the audience, including me and my gran. My granddad didn't want to come in. It was terrible. The theatre could hold like 400 people. There were 5. And I remember this because after the break, after the halfway point, when we came back, there were 3. 2 people left. Halfway through. It was dire. Like, it was magical. I would go back and watch it again. There was not audience part. There may have been. I don't remember. I think I've blocked it out. I can remember going to see Bodger and Badger, and I can remember leaving. But I cannot remember what happened. There's like a weird black hole in my memory that I think I've done to protect myself. What MMO have I spent the most time on? RuneScape, without a shadow of a doubt. Was that my inspiration for theatre? Yeah, I thought I could do better than this. You've started old school RuneScape. I'm sorry to hear that. You've been enjoying it so far. It's going to get worse. I think I'm getting how the game works. How do I get runes to train magic? Send help. You can purchase runes from the rune shop in Varrock. You can chat to Aubrey. Or you can go and train rune crafting, which will get you a load of runes. Oh yeah, England has weird regions and we all hate each other. England is interesting because... Have you seen that meme from the film, I think it's Pocahontas, where it's the soldiers and the screenshot is savages, savages, barely even human. It's part of the song. English people will think that about villages that are 5 miles apart. That's what it is. Like, you can see another village from the top of a hill of your village and you will hate them. Because they are the other. You are the glorious one. They are wrong. It's us versus them in like the tiniest versions ever. All British regions hate each other. All of them. And yet we will all come together to hate France. Which is the greatest thing France has ever done. It brings us all together. It collectively joins us. Yeah, we can all hate France. Yes. They are different from you and me. That's what it is. What genre or topic combination are we missing as a video game? What genre should become a video game? I would play a video game rom-com. I'd play a video game Hallmark Christmas movie. Give me a Christmas movie video game. I'll play it. What else should we have? What style of genre? That's Yakuza. That's true. That the dating sims. I would be the city girl, as the poll has said, that goes to the small village and meets the country boy. Can it be voiced by Hugh Grant? Every character is voiced by Hugh Grant except the pompous English boy. He's voiced by Jason Statham. Ubisoft would fuck it up. They probably would. They'd try. I believe in them. I've had enough Christmas 24. No, we're going to go more. We're going to go far, far more. Can it all be Muppets? The Muppet Christmas Carol is the best Christmas movie, and the best Christmas Carol movie, and one of the best Muppets movies. In fact, the Muppet Christmas Carol and the Muppet Treasure Island are two of the greatest films ever made because of the actions of Michael Caine and... I've immediately lost the guy's name. Tim... Treasure Island. He plays the main pirate. Tim Curry. That's the one, Tim Curry. And the interesting thing, if you've seen the Muppet Christmas Carol and the Muppet Treasure Island, you know that Michael Caine and Tim Curry were in those films, but they approach their roles in different ways, really interesting different ways. So when they said to Michael Caine, you're in a kind of Muppet movie, Michael Caine said, I am going to treat the Muppets as if they were serious actors. And Michael Caine played that role super seriously. Like he said, I'm going to give the best performance I'm not joking. I'm going to give the best performance I can in a Christmas movie. And he did. Tim Curry, however, in Muppet Treasure Island, he did the opposite. He said, I'm going to treat myself as a Muppet. So he didn't see himself as above the Muppets. He wanted to bring himself to that level and everyone be Muppets together. Whereas Michael Caine wanted to see the Muppets as the best actors that they were and try and raise himself up to match that, which I really like. Those two different effects are basically saying, I'm going to meet you on the level that I see you as being, and I'm going to treat myself exactly the same way. And I think it's beautiful. Oh, Billy Connolly in Muppet Treasure Island was phenomenal. He was... Bones, wasn't he? Yeah. He will be remembered as Frankenfurter from the Rocky Horror Picture Show. He will, straight up. Okay, serious question. I've been thinking of getting into content creation simply because there's videos I want to see made, and it might as well be me. Good choice. I'm worried I'll be screaming into the void and creating something that won't even appeal to me. How should I move past it? Rudra, just scream. It's okay to scream into the void. The void has got a lot of space for screaming. If you want to make something and have it exist, that's fine. Will it suck? Yeah, probably. A lot of what I make sucks. It's okay for it to suck. It's okay for it to have no purpose other than you wanted to do it. Because I guarantee almost every single successful content creator, YouTuber, influencer who has grown a genuine, loving, actual, natural connection to any level of audience has done so because the audience can tell there is genuine passion there. If you want to make something because that thing existing makes the world better for you, do it. You don't need others' approval to do it at all. Remember, as you scream into the void screams back into you. Sometimes I sit down and go, I'm going to make this video because I want this video to exist. It doesn't need to be a good video. It doesn't need to serve a massive purpose. I just want it to exist. It's okay for it to exist. If you have things that you want to say and you have an opinion that you want people to hear, make a video, put it out there. Maybe nobody will ever find it. Maybe millions of people will find it. Maybe a small, solid community of a couple of hundred to a couple of thousand will find it and you'll stick there. Any of those is fine. You cannot control the reception to a thing. You can simply put the thing out there and let people do that kind of stuff. Don't ask Josh how many times he didn't press publish. I have published so much stuff. Not all of it's good, but you keep going. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. Michael Scott. You're allowed to just make stuff. That's okay. It might suck. Yeah. Just do it because you want to do it. Do it because you think it's a good thing to do. Do it because you think you want it to exist. It existing makes the world you live in better. Do that. Right, ladies and gents. We have been streaming for 4 hours. I have answered many questions. I have solved, I think, I don't want to put this on people, but I think every problem. I'm just saying, I think every problem has been collectively solved. There's nothing else. There's no more problems. Where do we go? We should probably... That was a woo from a dog, wasn't it? That was a little bark. Was that a little bark? Apollo! Apollo! Let's get him here. Apollo! Come here. Woo, 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 indeed! Yeah! Come here, you. Oh, yeah, you can sit with me for a bit. Hello. How's it going? Stuff. You smell stuff. You smell stuff on my desk. There's stuff around the place. There's so much stuff. Look at all the things. Yeah. Hello. Thank you for sneezing in my face. I appreciate that. Oh, we're going down now. What are we doing? Where are we going now? Is that a fox? It's a Japanese Spitz. Where are we going? You good? Oh, yep. Thank you for hitting me with your tail. I appreciate that. It was very kind of you. How are we doing? You good? Just hanging out? Okay. That's fine. I've got you. You're not going to fall, don't worry. Yep. Come on. Oh. Yeah, well done. Good job. Come on then. You can jump down. Ugh. Go on downstairs. There we go. Woo woo indeed. He's a good dog. Dog giving advice when he would give the best advice. We should all follow the advice he gives. He's just having a good time. He's just saying woo as he runs around. He's having a great day. Solve my problem of no food in bowl. No, he has had too much food. Accidentally left a bag of pig's ears on the side, which I came back and he had jumped up, grabbed and eaten. And I'm like, that was like a week's worth of treats you've had straight away. So you are now stopping for a bit. Josh, you have carried me through Acts 3 and 4 of Diablo 2. I consider you directly responsible for me getting this far again. Good. Well done. I'm glad you have done that. I'm glad you have enjoyed that. Bark more, stress less. Yeah, sometimes you just need to woo. That's what you need. Sometimes you need the woo. He is wooing a lot. There's a lot of... Piper! There's another dog as well. Don't worry, there's another dog. Piper! It's all right, she's downstairs. She's just hanging around for a bit. They're good friends. They're good friends. They chase each other for a bit. How do I restart my momentum when the algorithm has dropped? This isn't about YouTube, but still. It is difficult to get the momentum built up. The algorithm sucks. Piper! Hey, Piper! Yeah, come here, you. Come here, you. Hello. Hello there. Oh, thank you for the licks. Yep, I appreciate that. Yep, that is good. That was very good. Hang on, we're just... Give it a minute. Give it a minute. We've just got a sausage here. Yeah, there we go. That's good. Thank you for the cleans. This is excellent. This is very important to be very cleaned. Are we going to just sit here and chill out for a bit? What's going on? Just hanging out. Just looking around, are we? Doing a big look. Oh, we're just observing. What's going on? It's the office. Yeah. Oh, yep. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. That's very kind of you. You good? Let's see what's going on over here. There's the camera over there. A little wave. There we go. Little wave. That was good. Well done. Proud of you. You want to go down with the snacks, don't you? Come on. Put you down with the snacks. Go on then. Excellent. Now my face is wet. That's the price you have to pay when being dog dad. Do you take raid suggestions? Yeah, we can raid somebody. Why not? We can pop over there and be like, yo, what up, fam? I assume that's what the kids say these days. That's what happens. What's going on? Mighty Teapot, he's playing Guild Wars 2. They need some help. Always. And that's CD, they're playing Fallout New Vegas. They're always fun. Joe is playing Guild Wars 2. Sick Nerd is streaming. He's cool. We like him. Kiwo. Kiwo is playing old school RuneScape. I didn't know that. Didn't know they were doing that. My goodness. Hang on. Luality is doing a tactician playthrough of Divinity Original Sin 2. You guys ever seen Divinity Original Sin 2? It's kind of like Baldur's Gate 3, but harder. I think the dog has licked you out of focus. That's just what happens when you get licked. I think we might have to pop over and say hi to Luality, because we like Luality. Let's just see if I'm spelling this correctly. Yes, I am. She is lovely. Rip, your question about building up momentum after it. It's like pushing a ball up a hill. Just get back to it. Get back to it and keep going. Best way to do it. And unfortunately, you can never be fully free of the algorithm. That should be Luality. There we go. Let's go and say hi to Lu, because we like Luality. She's just sat there, waiting to play. Waiting for the Divinity Original Sin 2. Maybe it's good. Maybe it's bad. Who knows? But for now, go and say hi to Lu. Guys, thank you for joining me. Take care. Good night. God bless.